All right, and we should be good to go. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? I'm MTGBudgetBrew, and today we're going to be doing a little bit of budget brewing and then continuing our climb to Mythic. Last time we tried climbing to Mythic in one sitting, did not work out very well. I have since continued to climb to Mythic off stream, and I've been recording all that footage, and I've climbed just a little bit higher. We've gone from Diamond Tier 4 to Diamond Tier 2, so we've still got a little ways to go, but we're now halfway through the month. The season ends in 13 days. So we kind of need to get this, done, finished, over with. So that way I don't have to play any more ranked. Because if this carries over to next month, I'm going to lose my mind. So first I'm going to start off. I'm just going to start off with doing my dailies. I'm just going to do my dailies to warm up a little bit. I need to cast, what was that? 40 green spells each for 750 gold. Yeah, I'll do that, get warmed up a little bit. All right, we're going first. Yeah, this deck's funny. It's just a lot of ramp and draw. We got Elvish Mystic, Llanowar Elves, Elvish Visionary, Explore, Prosperous Innkeeper, Courser of Crewfix, Cultivate, Llanowar Visionary, Harmonize, Owl Bear, and then 2 Craterhoof Behemoths. So I technically can still win a game with this deck, even though it's not really designed to win. It's designed to cast as many green spells as possible just to complete the daily. And then we have 22 forests, which I'm surprised I don't run 24. That's fine. He's going to cast Journey to Nowhere. He's going to exile the Elvish Visionary. Okay. Okay, then. Let's get down. Courser of Crewfix. Hitting lands usually isn't an issue with this deck, especially because we run something like Courser of Crewfix. We can play lands off the top of our library. He's going to banish this too, but like, if this had gotten to stick around, I'd be able to play a land off the top of my deck, assuming there was another one there, which it probably is. But we're just going to harmonize here. We're just going to draw 3 cards. Yeah. Opponent's running a whole lot of Isolate. I don't even know this card. Exile target permanent with mana value 1. That doesn't seem like a good card. Why is he running nothing but exile effects? They must have added a new daily where you just exile X amount of your opponent's crap. Let's go Prosperous Innkeeper. Let's gain a little bit of life just because. Into Elvish Visionary, we'll get to draw a card here. Into Elvish Mystic. Go up to 22. Next turn, we will have 8 mana. That'll be enough for a Craterhoof Behemoth, should we find one. I don't even know what this Nomad does. And what did this exile? When this enchantment enters, exile all graveyards. If a card or token will be put into a graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. Okay. Gold Meadow Nomad. Pay a white. Exile this card from your graveyard. Create a 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature token. Activate only as a sorcery. Who cares? What is the point of this deck? Kutzil's Flanker. 2 and a white for a 3/1 cat warrior. Flash when this creature enters, choose 1. Put a +1/+1 counter on this creature or each creature that left the battlefield under your control this turn. Or you gain 2 life and scry 2, or you exile target player's graveyard. I don't know why every card in his deck says the word exile. I don't know why. I don't know what he's so scared of. Spiral into Solitude. First card we've seen so far that does not have the word exile on it. Enchanted creature. Enchanted creature can attack or block. Pay 2, blight 1, sacrifice this aura, exile. Oh, it does say exile. Exile enchanted creature. Is there a new daily challenge that says exile? Just like there's the one for black that says destroy X amount of enemy creatures. We're just going to go harmonize here. We're going to draw another 3 cards. Might as well cultivate, get some more lands out of our deck. So that way we can start trying to draw into Craterhoof Behemoth. Dude, what is going on? Exile up to one target creature. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains flying its own in turn 3. Return the exile card to the battlefield under its owner's control. He's gonna return our creature to us. This is the weirdest deck I've ever seen. Why would you swing your flanker at me too? I don't understand. Let's go Land of War Visionary. Draw a card. Let's go Elvish Visionary. Draw a card. Let's go Explore. We draw a card and can play an additional land. Play out the Prosperous Innkeeper. Next turn, we have 10, 11, 12, 13 mana. We could play the Owl Bear and also still play Crater Hoof Behemoth. He's going to exile another thing. We no longer, actually 10, 11, 12. We're going to be 1 mana short now. This guy is pissing me off. I need him to draw into land for like 2 turns in a row. That's it. Just go 1 turn where you don't draw into an exile effect. Because I would like to use Crater Hoof Behemoth with more than like 2 creatures. All right, now we've got like 5 creatures on the board, and we're going to get this this other Elvish Mystic back. As long as the card he top decks right now is not a board wipe, we're going to absolutely destroy him next turn. Play a land. Why do you not have any fucking lands in your deck to draw? Why are you only drawing into more removal? All right, I'm going to BM this dude a little bit. he's pissing me off. Let's play out Land of War Visionary. Hello, what is going on? Dude, every card that he's running in his deck says exile. Which makes his Crater Hoof Behemoth feel so good. I'm gonna hit him with that GG. Every single card that he played said exile. That's so crazy. Like who does that? And for what reason? Like, I legitimately think that there must have been a new daily quest added that says instead of destroy, you know, like 20 creatures or whatever, instead of destroying X amount of creatures, it's just like exile X amount of non-land permanents that your opponents control. Like, it's the only thing that makes sense to me, because he legit just looked up the word exile and was like add. And this isn't even the budget brew. This is just my daily green deck. This deck is designed to just cast a whole bunch of green spells. It's nothing but ramp and draw. And then it also has Crater Hoof Behemoth because, I don't know, I figured why not throw in a win con anyway. This is still, this is a little over budget. It's got Courser of Crewfix. This is 6 rares, which is 2 more rares than I normally run in a budget deck. Let's see. I'll just go Courser here. Yeah. That's awesome, dude. Crater Hoof is amazing. Yeah, I got tired of just losing every single game that I played with this because, again, I didn't build the deck to have a win con. I built it to just cast green spells for the daily challenge. So I threw in 2 copies of Crater Hoof Behemoth, and it just, when it finds it, usually wins. Let's go Elvish Visionary. But yeah, I'm just knocking out my daily challenges while just to warm up a little bit. Drop a forest here, we gain a life. We have another forest in hand. We can go Explore. We get to draw, play an additional land this turn. Play a forest. And then we can swing in for 2. Hey, how is the echo sounding? Because I did a recording a couple days ago. Dude, the echo was super bad off my mic, and I don't know what changed. Because before that, it was fine. So I did a little bit of testing, a little bit of audio testing before starting the stream. It's not bad at all. That's good. That's very good. Because, yeah, the last video I posted, I did not even want to post it. I was like, the echo is so horrendous for no goddamn reason. But yeah, it was weird. The only real difference is just where I had the mic pointed. Like, I'm still sitting as close to my mic as usual, but I had it pointed more directly, like at my mouth down here, which I would think would like reduce the echo, you know, should be closer to my mouth. It should be better. But it seemed like that made it so much worse for some reason. So now it's pointed like a lot higher. It's pointed almost at like my nose. And yeah, we finally created our Hoof Behemoth. We have 6, 7, 8. We technically have enough. This should be lethal. I'm not going to do the math, but that's probably lethal. In which case, Mossborn Hydra can suck it. I don't think our opponent is happy. I'm going to hit him with the Philia. I'm pretty sure the dog's name is Helia. Philia. Ophelia, maybe? You never do math with Crater Hoof. There's no need to. Nah, yeah, he's super dead. And I think that might be it for the daily challenges. Maybe not for casting creature spells. Oh, I completed creature spells. I still need to cast 4 more green spells, but that's fine. We can go ahead and hop into the budget brew for today. So today's budget brew is built around the card. Where is it? Ornate Imitations. X, a blue and a green for a sorcery. For each number between 1 and X, conjure a random creature card with that mana value onto the battlefield. X can't be 0. So, the goal for this deck, ramp, pay a ton of mana into the X cost, get a bunch of free creatures, and then just hope that they win. That's it. So that's 2 of the rares for the deck, and then the other 2 rares that we are running are a card that is very similar. This is an alchemy card. This is from A25. This is from A26. This is a newer card. A Nina Natural Parallelist. 3 mana, 1/3 human wizard. Whenever you cast a spell with X in its mana cost, conjure a random creature card with mana value X onto the battlefield. Tap, add a blue and a green. Spend this mana only to cast spells with X in their mana costs. So yeah, this does what Ornate Imitation does, but on a much smaller scale. So whenever we cast something with an X cost, we will get a free creature. So we're running a few X cost cards in the deck. Not a ton, but a few. We've got Terrafractal, Syncopate, which is a counterspell, and then Selective Snare, which says return X target creatures of the creature type of your choice to their owner's hand. This will probably get removed for another Syncopate. Actually, I might as well just do that now. We'll just add a 4th copy of Syncopate. Those are the only additional X cost spells that we're running. But then we've got Scalar Scholar, another Alchemy 26 card, 2 mana 2/2 with Increment. Whenever you cast a spell, if the amount of mana you spent is greater than this creature's power or toughness, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. This says when this creature enters, each card you own with X and its mana cost perpetually gains this cost 1 less to cast. So that essentially gives us 1 free mana for all of our X cost spells. There's a Simic Alchemy counter card that has X in its cost and conjures a random creature with mana value X. I think I saw that card, but I'm pretty sure it's another rare. So I'm fine. I would rather keep the rares that we have. We're running a whole bunch of fogs. We're running Fog. We're running Fog Bank. We're running Tangle. We're running Haze of Pollen. These are just ways to prevent combat damage. Fog Bank says prevent all combat damage to be dealt to and dealt by this creature, and then Fog is just, it's a fog. Tangle, Haze of Pollen. Yeah, so this is going to help keep us alive in the early game. Let's see. This creature can tap, add blue and a green, spend this mana only to cast spells with mana value 5 or greater, or spells with X in their mana cost. So this is similar to the Scholar. We have 2 copies of Solve the Equation. Because we're only running 2 copies of Ornate Imitations, I decided to throw in 2 copies of Solve the Equation because this lets us tutor for an instant or sorcery card put into our hand. So this can tutor the copies of Ornate Imitations. And this isn't a card that we really want to see a 4 of anyway in our hand. Like on turn 3, we're not going to cast this for a 1, right? So this is a late game card. And then we've got a little bit of ramp with Invasion of Zendikar, 4 mana, Battle Siege. When it enters such a library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them on battlefield, tap, then shuffle. That's it. And it only has, 3, what are the counters? 3 defense counters on it. There's a chance that we can deal 3 damage to Invasion of Zendikar and flip it. But if we don't, no big deal. Mana base, 10 islands, 10 forests, and then 4 Thornwood Falls. And that's it. I've only played 1 game with it. I did win that game. I don't even remember if I cast the Ornate Imitations though. So yeah, that's the idea for today's deck. And then after that, we're going to play the dreaded Historic Ranked. Try to get out of Diamond 2. But yeah, let's give it a shot. Yeah, I've had people use the Ornate Imitations against me. It's a cool card. I think it is one of the cooler cards that they have made in Alchemy. It kind of reminds me of Hearthstone. It's something that Hearthstone is really good about doing, since it's an online client, an online TCG only. They're really good about conjuring random cards. And I think that's something that the Alchemy cards should lean even further into. We're starting with mono white life gain. We're not gonna play this game. I'm just gonna concede. I'm gonna move on. I do not want to play against mono white life gain, not even a little bit. So that game does not count. And any other games with mono white life gain going forward also do not count. If we see turn 1, Soul Warden, turn 1, Authority of the Consuls, I don't even know what else. A bunch of those turn 1 life gain cards. If we see them, we're just moving on. That is not how I want to start my day. That's for damn sure. You've been messing with the X counter. I like the conjure effects and brawl. Oh yeah, let me look up that counter card. Because I really want to say that counter conjure. I really want to say it was another rare card. If it's not though, then I would swap it in for, I would swap out Syncopate and then run that instead. This opening hand looks good. Turn 2, we can play out a Scalar Scholar. So again, when this enters, each card you own with X and its mana cost perpetually gains. This spell costs 1 less to cast. So the Scholar is sick. The Scholar is insane. If you've been messing around with X cost cards, definitely highly recommend this. Because this will allow us to cast like a Syncopate for X equals 1, even if we only have 1 blue mana up. So that'll be nice. Yeah, so we cast the Scalar Scholar. Again, everything in our hand, our library, I think probably even our graveyards, every card that we own with X and its cost just got reduced by 1. So now, like this Terrafractal, if we play this next turn, we have 3 mana. Normally you could pay 1 into the X cost. We get to pay 2. When this enters, it enters with X +1/+1 counters on it, and we gain 2 life. So now we have a 3/2 flyer. We did just miss a land drop though. Or no, did we miss a land drop? No, I think we're at risk of missing a land drop next turn. But if we can just hit our 4th land, we can play the Invasion of Zendikar, and then we're chilling. The fact, dude, Perpetual is an absolutely insane keyword. It is disgusting. Our opponent seems to be running just some kind of wolf deck. It's got Snarling Wolf and Hungry Ridge Wolf. We do miss the land drop here. We find another Scalar Scholar, so we'll go ahead and play this. We can swing in 3 in the air with Terrafractal. Now we have 1 blue up, and Syncopate now costs 2 less to cast, which means I can counter Tovolar here. Select X equals 2, even though we're paying nothing into it. And we counter Tovolar, and our opponent scoops. And that's how good the Scalar Scholar is. Just that easy. Hell yeah, I'll take it. All right. Good game 1. Okay, I need to start taking notes as well. I don't even know what I'm calling this deck yet. Let's go with Chaos Conjuring. Game 1 was NA because it was against mono white. Game 2, that was a win versus the wolf deck. This opening hand seems chill, seems good. Turn 2, we got a lot of options. Oh, we have 2 options. We got Fog Bank or Scalar Scholar. You probably set up the Scholar. Turn 1, we start with Thornwood Falls. We gain a life. Our opponent plays a creature here, like maybe I'll go Fog Bank, but they would have to play something really aggressive. They play nothing. They have blue mana up. I really don't want the Scholar to get countered, so I'm going to go for the Fog Bank and see if it sticks. Fog Bank does stick. Now, Fog Bank says prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to and by this creature, so it can still die to removal pretty easily. Our opponent plays Flame Braider, 2 mana, 2/2 tap, add 2 mana, any combination of colors. Spend this mana only to cast elemental spells or activate abilities of elemental sources. Okay. Let's go. Probably just play our 3-drop. Unless I want to set up the Scholar right now. Now we just play out Troyan. 3 mana, 1/3 tap, add blue and green, spend it only for mana value 5 or X. You also pay a blue, tap, draw a card, then discard a card. That's pretty nice. You think Troyan feels awkward with Invasion? Why? I don't see a problem with it. Both of these are just ramp spells. This ramps for 2 mana. Invasion of Zendikar ramps for 2 mana. That's all it's designed to do. Play out the invasion here. Grab a forest and an island. Those come down. We could cast a Pterrafractal for 0, but I don't see a point in that. Say no attacks and we pass. You just wish Troyan could cast Invasion? I'm not worried about it. We had a gap in our curve. I remember specifically looking up 4-drop spells to cast. And yeah, you can see our curve, we have 6 3-drops, but that's where the deck had ended, at 3 drops. So I was like, well, I should play something on curve for turn 4. So I looked up all the ramp spells at 4, and I chose Invasion of Zendikar. Our opponent's been playing a whole bunch of elemental stuff, none of which looks threatening to me. So I'm just going to ignore it. We're going to play Thornwood Falls. We gain another life. We're up to 22. He's got a lot of stuff going on. I think I'm just going to play Scalar Scholar. Set up the Fog Bank so we can just chill here. And hell, we could even set up the Pterrafractal right now if we wanted to. For X equals 2, that's not bad. Ooh, we could also draw a card, then discard a card. Do I care about a second Invasion of Zendikar? Like, probably not, right? Let's use Troyan to draw a card. Well, we get a forest off the top of our deck. That's perfectly fine with me, too. All right, see, that's good. I had added that card just for the ramp. The fact that, you know, it can help us filter through cards, that's pretty good, too. Okay, our opponent has played a Color Storm Stallion. This one's pretty scary. This horse is a 3 mana 3/3 ward 1 with haste. It has Opus. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, create a token that's a copy of this creature. That thing can pop off pretty well. We just found Solve the Equation though, which is extremely hype. We have 1, 2, 3. All right, let's go Solve the Equation. That's going to trigger the increment on our Scalar Scholar. It's going to get +1/+1 counter. But now we can go grab Ornate Imitations. We still have enough mana here to cast our second Invasion of Zendikar, so we're going to do that. That's also going to trigger the increment on Scalar Scholar, so it's going to become even bigger. So now 4/4. We're going to go grab another forest and another island. And next turn, we're just going to cast a really big Ornate Imitations. Say no attacks, we end the turn. Next turn, we have 4, 7, 8, 9. This has 10. We can cast X equals 10, I believe. Yeah, we get to gamble. We can tap this. This gives us our blue and our green to pay into this. And then for the X cost, we have, 7, 8, 9 lands plus a cost reduction of 1. So 10. 10 is a pretty good number. We're about to have a fat board, assuming we don't like die or something here. Our opponent's been able to set up for a while. Our Fog Banks die. Sad. And our opponent has 4 Color Storm Stallions. That's kind of a lot. We may just be dead. They don't have Trample, but that's still a lot of bodies he's swinging at us. We only have 2 blockers. We may have to use our Gutsy Explorer as a blocker to not die here. Oh, we're dead. We're 1 turn too slow. That's a bummer. Why are you attacking like this? Just swing out. Bro, just swing out. What are you doing? Why are you holding back? Why are you holding back 4 blockers? The game is over. Man, that's a shame. He managed to kill off our Fog Banks, and if we had 2 more blockers to block these 2 7/7s, we would have been fine. But it deals 2 damage to each creature target player controls. Ugh, my poor Fog Banks. They were so close to saving us. Okay, well, we lost that one, and I'll be honest, I don't think there's anything else that I would have done differently. Like, this deck doesn't really have a lot of interaction. And we didn't draw into any counter spells, so wasn't really a whole lot we could have done there. That is a bummer, though. I was really excited to pop off. And 10 would have been fat. Gain 10 creatures for free. It's pretty good. Damn, we went second that game too. We lost on the draw. And we were only 1 turn too late. So if we had just gone first, we would have been fine. We would have been able to cast our X equals 10. This might be a mono white life gain deck, so we might need to pass on this. We'll see what he plays here. But this is like the basic starter planes. There's a high chance. Oh, okay. You know what? We'll play this one out. We're going to play out the Scalar Scholar. Oh my god, dude. Not even to mention the fact that last game we didn't draw into any of our fogs. We have 8 fog cards. 4 copies of original fog, 2 copies of Haze of Fog. You know what? I really don't want to play against even a starter deck with life gain. Hollowed Priest, a Johnny's Pride Mate, similar cards. They're all very annoying. It's fine. Whatever. We'll play this one through, I guess. We'll swing in with our 3/3 Scholar here. But yeah, if we could have just held up a Fog or a Haze of Pollen or something last turn, we could have played Tangle. Oh my god, it would have been over. Tangle is 1 in a green for an instant that says prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. And each attacking creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. So it's a Fog, just like Haze of Pollen is, or just like Fog is. But then you essentially get to put a stun counter on your opponent's creatures, which is sick. Here I'm going to, I think, cycle a Haze of Pollen. We draw into a Terrafractal. How much can I cast this for right now? 1, 2, 3. I can cast it for X equals 2. I'm okay with that. That's fine. When it enters, we gain 2 life. We go up to 17. Say no attacks. Yeah, we may need to go up an additional copy of Solve the Equation to help us find the Ornate Imitations. We could even go down to 1 copy of Ornate Imitations, run a full playset of Solve the Equation, And then that would allow us to go up to a third copy of Anina. Our opponent's swinging out. I'm pretty sure Mono White has Combat Tricks, the starter deck. I don't know. We'll block. They have something that buffs toughness, tactical advantage. It's fine. There's Anina. Whenever you cast a spell with X and its mana cost, conjure a random creature card with mana value X onto the battlefield. To tap, add blue and green. Spend this only to cast spells with X on their mana cost. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to tap Troyan to draw a card and then discard a card. Invasion of Zendikar. Do I want that? A little bit. Let's get rid of Haze of Pollen. And then we'll end the turn. Our opponent swings out. I will block the Hollowed Priest. And then we have a Fog up in case we need to prevent combat damage. If he's going to kill the Anina, then I will use Fog. Okay. He's going to buff his Hollowed Priest. Oh, Anina was going to die anyway. Yeah, we're just going to Fog this turn. Fog, prevent all combat damage. Woohoo! We're still alive. Fog Bank is pretty nice here. But I really want to get down Invasion of Zendikar. Oh my god. I just cast Tangle by mistake. That's horrible. We get down the Fog Bank. We say no attacks. I somehow managed to click on my Tangle instead of my Invasion of Zendikar. That's super rough. Our opponent's swinging out. Our opponent's swinging out. I didn't even bother blocking with the Fog Bank. Syncopate, that's fine. We're going to cast Invasion of Zendikar here. We'll go grab a forest and an island. No attacks. We can cast Syncopate if we want. Can I do this for 2 mana? Yes. Actually, I think I can do it for X equals 3. Maybe even more. We get to conjure a 3-drop thanks to Anina. We conjure a Sokka Swordmaster, 3 mana, 3/3 vigilance. Equipment spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each ally you control at the beginning of combat on your turn. Attach up to 1 target equipment you control to Sokka. Cool. So we got 3/3 body for free. It's pretty nice. We can use Fog Bank to block the 4/4. We use Sokka to block, I think, the Charmed Stray, maybe. Kind of want this to die already. So that way he stops gaining life. I could have blocked the Fencing Ace as well with Troyan, but we're still okay. We're going to tap Troyan. We're going to draw a card, then discard a card. We're going to discard this forest. Go to combat. We get to swing Sokka for 3 damage with Vigilance at the Invasion of Zendikar. That is going to destroy Invasion of Zendikar. It is going to flip it. And now we have Awakened Skyclave. 4 mana, or well, 4/4 Vigilance, haste. As long as this creature is on the battlefield, it's a land in addition to its other types. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. And we end the turn. It's pretty good. Sokka is already coming in handy. Our opponent's going to go to combat. They do not attack us. We go back to our turn. Oh, there it is. Okay, Ornate Imitations. This, let's tap to add floating mana. Tap you to add floating mana. We have 4. We're going to use 2, 6, 7, 9, 10. Ornate Imitations, I think we can cast for X equals 10 here. Hey, everything. Oh, yeah. And Anina is going to trigger off of this Ornate Imitations too. We're going to get a 10-drop. So we get our 10-drop. It's prototype X8. We got Behemoth. When it enters, we get to destroy a non-land permanent. Oh, man. We got to do the thing. Well, let's see what everything is that we got. So just off of the cast, Anina conjured prototype X8. 8/8, whenever another creature you control enters, if you cast it, sacrifice it. If you do, conjure a duplicate onto the battlefield. That's weird. Okay, that doesn't affect us. We have Behemoth, which is triggering right now, and then also Cultivator Colossus. When it enters, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. If you do, draw a card, repeat this process. That would have been nothing for us, but it's okay. And then Behemoth was going to allow us to destroy up to one target non-land permanent. Well, let's see how they order this. Our 10 drops here, then 1 drop, we got a 1 mana 1/1 flash flying. 2 drop, 2 mana 1/1, enters with +1/+1 counter on it for each creature that died. 3 drop, 3 mana 3/2 with a bunch of text. For our 4 drop, we got a 4/3 with Menace. When this enters, target creature you control gains Menace until end of turn. Nice. 5 drop was a vanilla 5/3 Renegade Demon. 6 drop, we got Godo. Stuff with equipment, 6 mana 3/3. It's kind of small. Cultivator Colossus, big boy, who would have been 8/8 with Trample. Our 8 drop was Twisted Riddle Keeper, 8 mana 5/5 Eldrazi Sphinx. When you cast a spell, tap up to 2 other target permanents, or just 2 target permanents, put a stun counter on each of them. So we wouldn't have gotten anything off of that. It would have been just a 5/5 flyer. Behemoth, 9/9 flyer. And then our 10 drop, Dragon Tyrant, 10 mana 6/6, Flying Trample Double Strike. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice this creature unless you pay 4 red mana. Pay a red, this creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. That is, that's a wild 10 drop. We would not have been able to pay that. Our 10 drop would have sacrificed itself at our upkeep. That's crazy. All right. Well, that's cool. So yeah, I think we may need to go and add an additional copy of Solve the Equation. Win versus J Feeble. Yes. We're now 2-1 with the deck. Okay, yeah, definitely want another copy of Solve the Equation. Let's see. Troyan's been good too. I've been liking him. Okay, maybe just one additional copy of Solve the Equation. Do I cut back on an Invasion of Zendikar? Is it crazy to cut back on a land? I could cut one of our fogs. I could cut out a regular fog, go up 1, Solve the Equation. It still leaves 7 fog effects plus the fog bank. This is ramp. No, this is ramp. This is ramp. You are also ramp. Invasion of Zendikar is ramp. X cost, X cost, X cost. Tutor for X cost. Syncopate isn't really my style, but I wanted another X cost card in the deck. By cutting down on a fog and going up 1 more Solve the Equation, I'm like, we should be fine. If I end up with 2 copies of Solve the Equation in my hand, or like Ornate Imitations in our hand plus Solve the Equation, I could always use Solve the Equation to tutor into another fog if we really needed it. 3 copies of regular fog, 2 copies of Haze of Pollen, which cycles itself, and 2 copies of Tangle, which puts stun counters on our opponent's creatures. I think this should be fine. Our ratio is perfectly even. 25 of our cards have blue, 25 have green. That is 69% and 69%. It's literally a perfect ratio. Okay, let's grab, dude, I don't know what happened with this update, but they got rid of all of our backgrounds. It's just, everything's just black, it's just dark. Let's see. Yeah, we could run the new Zimone. I have not used her yet. And we are running a Fractal. Let's do it. Let's run the new Zimone. Oh, okay. Arena just died. It's gone. It's gone. It's over. We're done for the day. The game heard me talking shit. That's what happened. Okay, so what? We cut out a fog and added 1 more Solve the Equation. To restart Arena. And let's see if we have background art now. Nope, still no background art. Still just solid black. Nice. Resume editing. Thank you. Okay, 3 copies of fog, 3 copies solve the equation. Changed our avatar to the new Zamone, newest Zamone companion. Okay. Okay, it looks like the game is crashing whenever I try to equip my companion or try to change it. That's interesting. Hmm. I'm gonna pull up Reddit to see if people are complaining about that already. It's taking a hot minute to gather the local files. Let's see if anyone's complaining on Magic Arena. Um, they're complaining about something else so far. Somehow the update unbanned Corey Steelcutter and Pioneer. Nice. What else? Someone's complaining about forced mirror matches in best of 3 standard. Yeah. Someone's complaining about this loading screen. That's hilarious. They say, regardless about how you feel about the set, this has to be one of the worst arena load screens of all time. This one right here. It's pretty mid. Yep. Someone who was unable to log in 2 hours ago. Okay. Well, let's try a third time. Let's see if it crashes the game again. I'm gonna hit discard deck. The deck is still here. I'm gonna open it up. I'm gonna click on companions. Oh, there we go. It opened. That's progress. Are there any fractal companions? If not, why not? The closest we have are like these changeling ones. There's a tiger. How are there no fractal companions? This Frost Cub looks the closest, or maybe even like the Rock. He's just a rock though. And this is a Zendikar like companion. The Rainbow Koi is almost there. How are there no fractal companions? It'd be so easy. It would look so good. Instead, we got a whole bunch of ugly ass owls. Like this. Ugly as hell. Ugly. 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 And they aren't even all next to each other. Like why is Abigail all the way down here instead of next to these 4 uggos? Let's go with I'm kind of feeling the Frost Cub. Let's go Frost Cub. Select Zamone again. Now we go to our card sleeves. God, that only took forever. I can't believe that crashed our game twice. That's just embarrassing. All right, let's go all the way down and go with these Quandrix sleeves. They're pretty fucking cool looking, I won't lie. That over these Zamone sleeves or over this Quandrix sleeve. Yeah, these look badass. These are fucking dope. We'll select that, and then I'm going to call this Chaos Conjuring. And then are there any other sleeves I would want to run? Part of me kind of wants to run the Jurassic Park sleeves because I already know for my thumbnail I'm going to be running, or for my thumbnail I'm using the card Chaos Theory, which is just Chaos Warp, but with Jurassic Park artwork. Kind of want to run these. Day or night? I'm kind of feeling the day ones, which is interesting. The day ones don't even have dinosaurs on them. And then this one has like the giant whale looking. And it's a giant whale looking guy. Let's go with 10 of these. All right. All of the cosmetics are done, out of the way. We are 2-1 with the deck right now. We made one slight change. We swapped out one copy of OG Fog and we swapped it in for, or we swapped it out for an additional copy of Solve the Equation. Hopefully the deck should be good to go now. We're going first, Triple Forest. It's kind of not what I'm looking to see here. Do we think that we will draw into an island or a blue source in general? It's 19 plus 8. It's 27% chance that we will draw into a blue source. We're going first. I like the Fog Bank. I like the Anina for turn 3. I'm going to keep it. I'm not happy about it, but I'm going to keep it. On turn 3, we may just have to cycle Haze of Pollen to hope that we hit a blue source. So we got to hope that our opponent's not doing anything super aggressive. Or we just top deck the island, easy day, play turn 2 Fog Bank, 2 mana 0/2 Defender Flying, prevent all combat damage to be dealt to and by this creature. Our opponent started with Wizard's Rockets. They can pay X, tap sack this artifact, add X mana, any combination of colors where X, when this artifact is put into a battlefield from the graveyard, draw a card. That's a really interesting way to filter your mana. That's kind of cool, actually. There are a couple Wooburg decks that I've built that this would have been really good for. We're going to play Anina. We did draw into the Ornate Imitations, which is sick. Anina, taps, add blue and a green. Spend this mana only to cast spells with X in their mana costs. So that covers the costs for Ornate Imitations. Next turn, we would have 4 mana to be able to cast into Ornate Imitations. 4 is okay. It's like okay. Our opponent's sacking their Wizard's Rockets already. They play out a Scarecrow. 3 mana, 2/2 Scarecrow. When it enters, you gain 2 life. Oh, the perfect draw. We're going to play the Invasion of Zendikar here. This will allow us to ramp. Get a forest and an island. We'll say no attacks. Next turn, we will have 6 mana to pump into Ornate Imitations, and I think that'll be plenty. And then when we cast that for X equals 6, Anina will trigger, which says, whenever you cast a spell with X in its mana cost, conjure a random creature card with mana value X onto the battlefield. So we cast this for X equals 6. This will make a 6-drop, and then we'll get a creature from mana value 1 through 6 from Ornate Imitations. So it's going to be real good. Our opponent is casting a Roaming Throne. Pretty terrifying creature. Really good creature. But I don't know what creature type he's choosing. If it's Scarecrow, then this is probably like the freest game I've ever played. Scarecrows are absolutely terrible creatures, which is a bummer. I think they could be cool. He selects Eldrazi. That makes a lot more sense. We find a land for turn, which I also didn't think about. So now we can pay X equals 7. X equals 7. Anina is going to make us a 7-drop first. And now we're going to get a 1 through 7 drop. We got Fabricate 1 trigger. Let's create a 1/1 servo. I didn't even see what that trigger was. Our opponent just milled 2 cards though, and now we get to scry 2. Syncopate and Invasion of Zendikar on the top. I will take this Syncopate, and I will leave the Invasion. That's fine. We have a 6/4 with haste. Let's swing that. add our Invasion of Zendikar. See if our opponent blocks or not. Oh. Oh, yeah. This is our 7-drop. Our other 7-drop, nice. He does not block. We get to flip our Invasion of Zendikar. We get an Awakened Skyclave, which is a 4/4 with Vigilance. Our other 7-drop was Ovika Enigma Goliath. It's a pretty good 7-drop. 7 mana, 6/6 flying, ward 3, pay 3 life. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create X 1/1 red for X and Goblin creature tokens, where X is the mana value of that spell. They gain haste until end of turn. Yeah, so I'm going to show you that our 1-drop was Overwhelmed Apprentice. Our 2-drop was Tomb Trawler. Our 3-drop was Glint Sleeve Artisan. 4-drop was Zarda, the Power Princess. Isn't that a Marvel card? 5, Maverick Thopterus. 6, Dokuchi, Shadow Walker. And our 7-drop was Ovika. That's interesting. I'm going to take a screenshot of that real quick. We'll go to combat. Whoops. I was supposed to say no attacks because our opponent played the 1 ring, so they have protection. So one of our creatures are going to die. Maybe 2 of our creatures are going to die for no reason. That's funny, though. You can I didn't know that you could conjure the cards early. Zarda, conjure. Conjured before set release. So Zarda, the Power Princess, 4 mana, 2/4, human warrior, hero, flying. Other creatures or other heroes you control have Exalted. Exalted is whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each instance of Exalted among permanents you control. Interesting. Our opponents, even though they're not dead, it seems like they have DC'd. Yeah, that's funny. 0 damage is going to happen because, again, I forgot that our opponent played the 1 ring. Yeah, I just looked up Zarda on Scryfall, and unsurprisingly, it does not list legality for Zarda because Zarda is unreleased, and that's all it says. Unreleased. This card will be released on the 26th. It is not legal in any format until its release date approaches. Joke's on you. I'm playing with the card anyway. And let's end the turn. I'm playing with an illegal card. I'm so fancy. But our opponent has definitely DC'd. I'm just gonna log this as a win already. That will put us 3-1 with the deck. I haven't made a post to Reddit in a very long time. And that is the victory. Now I am banned from one of the Magic channels on Reddit. I don't remember which one. Can't remember if it's Magic Arena or not, but let's see. Hmm. Actually, let's go Scryfall. Zarda. Full screen. Print screen. I'll paste that into Paint. Crop that bad boy. File, save as. Start a Scryfall. Save, replace, yes. Can't I add another picture? Yes. Yes. And post. Ah, damn. It was Magic Arena that I've been banned from. Lame. Mm-mm-mm. So we'll just go to regular MTG. Bum, 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 bum. Add this. Add this. Add flare and tags. Discussion. Mean. Rules question. I have a question. Apparel, commander, content creator, custom card pull posts are banned. Discussion, I guess. Sure. All right. Post. Posted. Hmm. All right, let's play on. We are 3-1 with the deck. It's good. It's a good start. Wait, why does it say 4-2? Oh, it says 4-2 because I played a game before I started the stream. That's right. So it's for my purposes, we are 3-1. We need 7 more wins. And don't mind me. I had some Korean bulgogi for lunch. Sneak a bite right now. Mm. This opening hand could have been better. We have double island and no forest in hand. That's less than ideal, but I'm going to be greedy and I'm going to keep it because we already have ornate imitations in hand. And oh, fuck. And we have a fog bank to keep us alive. These are really cool looking planes. I don't think I have these M21 lands. We miss a land drop here, and that feels bad. We're going up against an opponent with 250 cards in their deck, so we better not lose. Okay, whether or not we had green in our opening hand, missing 2 land drops in a row is bad regardless of whatever else you start with. Turn 4 board wipe. How impressive. Just pass. So it looks like we're just not going to play this game. All right. That was what, our 4th draw with 0 lands? Feels good. Feels good. Did not get to play. Not even a single card did we get to play. I love it. Feels good. Okay. Here we are in another game. This time we have 3 lands in our opening hand, which sounds better, but if we still don't draw into another land in the next 4 turns, then we'll never be able to cast Invasion of Zendikar. So we'll see. Our opponent's playing a heist deck. I absolutely fucking hate that. Absolutely hate that. Luckily, we already have 1 copy of Ornate Imitations in hand, so it makes it very unlikely that he steals the other copy from us. Here, let's see, how does heist work? I need the keyword for heist, or for crime. Targeting opponents, anything they control and or cards in their graveyards is a crime. So combat doesn't really matter. I'm going to get down our other tapped land. We'll gain a life, we go up to 21. We can take the 2 damage here, right? Because when you attack a player, you don't target them, do you? Grave Expectations. He's going to heist our library because he sucks. He's going to play our Scalar Scholar. Oh, I guess I could have countered that. No, I couldn't have. Okay, whatever. Here, I think I just set up Fog Bank. Kind of wanted to get down the Scholar, but it'll have to wait. I really want to know what card he took from us, what the other card is. He's going to steal our Fog Bank. Okay. We're going to take 5 damage here. We're down to 13. Find another land. We just go Invasion of Zendikar. There's no way he has a counterspell here. I would lose my mind. Grab a forest, grab an island. We're up to 6 lands. Next turn, we'll have 7 mana available. We may just have to cast Ornate Imitations for X equals 5. It might have to just be good enough. Okay. Our opponent just cycled to take the fall, essentially. Are they going to steal our Fog Bank again? He's going to heist our library, and then Fogbank's going to get -5, -5. We're going to go down to 8 life on this attack. Yep, we're down to 8. So 1, 2, yeah, X equals 5. We'll just have to cast Ornate Imitations for X equals 5. And let's see what we got. Zulaport Duelist, when it enters, up to 1 target creature gets -2/-0 until end of turn. Its controller mills 2 cards. Okay, let's target you, I guess. Backup. When it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. If that's another creature, it also gains the abilities printed below this. Backup with Death Touch. We can put Death Touch on the 1/1. Seems good. And we have something with haste. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery or wizard spell, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. We'll say no attacks. So we got Zulaport Duelist, Rope-Lined Attendant, Umara Mystic, Thought-Weft Imbuer, and Archpriest of Shadows. Our opponent just casts Double Down, 4-mana enchantment. Whenever you cast an outlaw spell, copy that spell. Okay. We find a Haze of Pollen, which is pretty cool. Here, we're going to solve the equation. That's going to buff our Umara Mystic. We're going to go grab a second Ornate Invitations before our opponent can steal it from our deck. We're going to cast Scalar Scholar here. When it enters, we will get a 1/1 Citizen thanks to Rope-Lined Attendant. So we're going to make that token. Our next Ornate Invitations will now cost 1 less. We can go to combat here. Swing 5 in the air at the Invasion of Zendikar to make it flip. Thought-Weft Imbuer says, whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of Kithkin you control. Oh, our opponent stole a Fog from us. I can counter that by making him pay 2. Or let's see, he can pay 1. Yeah, I have to choose X equals 2. We counter the Fog that he stole from us. We deal 8 damage to our Invasion of Zendikar. It flips. We get the Awakened Skyclave back. And we can end the turn. Getting the Awakened Skyclave back is actually very significant here. It would allow us to cast Haze of Pollen. Our opponent plays a Grenzo. When it enters at the beginning of your upkeep, heist target opponent's library. Once each turn, you may pay 0 rather than pay the mana cost for a spell you cast that you don't own with mana value 3 or less. Okay, so he's going to get to heist us twice. But even though he's getting a second copy of Grenzo, he only gets to keep 1 body. Because Grenzo is a legendary. And we've already taken the second copy of Ornate Invitations out of our deck, so I really don't think I'm that worried. Is it once per turn? Once each turn. Okay. So if he stole, I mean, he's heisting us, right? The 2 worst things that he could heist from us would be another Fog or a counter spell. He plays out a Troyan. He still has 1 treasure up. Just got to make sure I play around the counter spell. Because he's played a Scalar Scholar. That shouldn't matter. Can't tap Troyan, 1 blue. If he has 1 blue up, he can't counter us, right? Syncopate should be X equals 0. I think we're fine, right? 1, 2, 3. I think I can cast this for X equals 6. No? I can make this X equals 7. Oh, maybe even 8. I make this 8. I can make this X equals 8 because we can tap the Awakened Skyclave. And also this has the cost reduction from us playing Scalar Scholar. So we'll make 8 more creatures here. We got Aether Storm Rock, which has a lot of triggers. Whenever this creature or another creature you control enters, you get an energy counter. So let's view the battlefield. We're about to get 8 energy counters there. That's cool. I actually used to have this card. I used to have a full playset of Aether Storm Rock. It's a 4-mana 3/3 bird with flying. Whenever this creature or another creature you control enters, you get an energy counter. Whenever this creature attacks, you may pay 2 energy counters. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on it and tap up to 1 target creature defending player controls. I like that card a lot. Well, let's see everything that we got. Our 1-drop was Dungeon Crawler. Our 2-drop was a Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. So non-creature spells cost 1 more to cast. Nice. Legion War Boss, the Aether Storm Rock. Merfolk Falconer, 5-mana 4/4 flying. That's a pretty decent body for blue. Baloth Wood Crasher. Brine Giant. And also a half decent body for blue. And then a Copper Host Crusher, 8/8 Trample Hexproof. Nice. All right, we'll take it. We are now 4-2 with the deck. You know, I'm thinking that that's how most matches are going to go. Because I usually also concede as soon as my opponent is able to cast a large ornate imitations. I usually don't let them untap and swing with their big ass board. But that's okay. I'm still enjoying it. Okay, so we've been in this scenario before. I might need to add in 2 copies of like another tap land. Because this, I'm getting a little bit tired of this already. Do we try to keep this? I guess we're going second. We get an additional draw. You just gotta hope we hit blue mana then. But who knows? We could just get screwed like we did in the other game and just go 4 turns without drawing a land. Our opponent starts with a Thrill of Possibility. Okay. That is 2 turns without a land. That's 2 draws without a land. Our opponent plays Fiery Inscription. Nice. I just built a Fiery Inscription deck, and it did stupid well. Thornwood Falls. Okay, we do find a blue source. This is not good, though. Our fogs don't really do anything. A second Fiery Inscription. We're super gonna die. Our fog effects prevent. Oh my god, prevent us from taking combat damage. Non-combat, we have no protection against. Here I'm just gonna play Scalar Scholar, I think, in hopes that I can make a bigger Terrafractal. I guess I don't know. I want to play Sulfim. That's horrifying. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or a permanent opponent controls, it deals double that damage instead. It's going to discard 2 cards, put an indestructible counter on Sulfim. These are cast triggers. I think I just have to play out the Invasion of Zendikar. Grab 2 islands. Say no attacks. If he finds a burn spell, we're taking... Oh, he plays another land. He's really struggling to find gas. Okay. We were at 21. We just went down to 7. From 1 burn spell that normally does 3. So 3 damage just dealt what? 14? Does that math sound right? Okay. We have the ornate imitations here. Next turn, he can cast Abandoned Attachments. We're just dead unless Ornate Imitations finds us something crazy. We'll go X equals 4. That's that's it. Oh no, X equals 5. Oh yeah, we have the Scholar. Okay, I don't know what it could cast to protect us from Solfim or from the abandoned attachments. We need something that prevents him from casting that spell. Geothermal Kami. When this enters, you may return an enchantment you control to its owner's hand. If you do, you gain 3 life. Didn't work. At the beginning of combat on your turn, mill 2 cards. Terra gains flying until end of turn. That's nice. Razorkin Needlehead. We got Momo. Urabrask. Yeah, we're just dead. Whatever our opponent draws, he gets to cast abandoned attachments. He gets to discard. And then we die to the fiery inscriptions. Okay, well, we had a slow start, so I'm not that upset about it. What is up? The last Blackbird. Not much. Currently, we are 4-3 with the deck, but we've had 2 games where we got screwed on mana. That game, we also got stuck on mana. In fact, I was going to go change that in our deck. We've had like 3 games where we've gotten super unlucky with our opening hands, and we just open double forests, and then just 1 couldn't draw into any more lands, and then 2 couldn't draw into a blue source. I'm going to cut out a forest and an island. We're going to add in 2 more tap lands. Mutant Town, that'll work. Ah, man. Discard changes. I hate whenever I click on apply styles and it changes the card art that I chose for my full art lands. 2 copies of Mutant Town, done. Other than that, though, the deck's been fun. The deck's been a lot of fun whenever we get to cast our ornate, I forgot the name of it. Ornate Imitations. It's been a lot of fun, but most opponents scoop right after we cast it, so we'll see. Okay, we go first. We do have access to both colors of mana. That's a good start. The question is, will we draw into more lands? If not, I don't know what change we could make to the deck. We could try adding like Cultivate. But in that other game, we got stuck on 2 lands, and we just, for 4 turns, we didn't draw into any additional lands. So even Cultivate wouldn't have helped us then. But anyway, we get down to Scalar Scholar, 2-mana 2/2 with Increment. Once creature enters, each card you own with X in its mana cost perpetually gains. This spell costs 1 less to cast, so that's good. Let's see. We could get down a second Scholar, or we could just set up a Nina. Our opponents could be holding up removal. They could be holding up a counter spell. Let's try the Scholar. Let's try to set up second Scalar Scholar. Counterspell does come out. We go to combat, we swing 2. Okay. Yeah, I would rather have the Scholar countered than a Nina. A Nina is ramp, so I would like her to stick around. Our opponent's going to play a Phyrexian Arena. Being their upkeep, they draw a card and lose 1 life. We got stuck on lands again. We're running 24 lands in the deck. We're running an extremely normal amount of lands in the deck, and we're about to miss a land drop yet again. I don't understand why the game hates me today, but it really does. We'll swing in for 3, set our opponent down to 15. They go down to 14 from Phyrexian Arena. But like, all I need is 1 more lands. All I need is 1 more land, and then Invasion of Zendikar can get us 2 more. And we're up to 6, and like, we're chilling. All right, thank you. That's land number 4. We've already seen 1 counterspell out of our opponent, so I'm going to go to combat before trying to cast Invasion of Zendikar. Try to bait out any removal that they may or may not have. Takes the damage, he goes down to 10. I will attempt to cast the Invasion of Zendikar. He's going to counter it. How fun for us. Our opponent goes down to 9. And when they countered our spell, they also got to make 2 fairy tokens. Glen Alendra's Answer. 4 mana instant, the spell can't be countered. Counter all spells your opponents control and all abilities your opponents control. Create a 1/1 blue and black fairy creature token flying for each spell and ability countered this way. Oh, he got a second fairy because he was able to counter the increment from Scalar Scholar. That's gross. Well, I guess I'll just play out another Scalar Scholar here. Our opponent has another counter spell, but we can just pay the 2 mana into this. They create a lander token. Go to combat, we swing our 3/3 and our 1/3. Opponent goes down to 5. Phyrexian Arena sets them down to 4. I don't know what his game plan is, but like he's dead in a few turns. We see a mountain come out. He's been running 3 colors this whole time. Oh, that would explain why he hasn't done anything. He's been Grixis. Plays a harmonized trio. Does he use the red mana that he just finally got? He does. He plays a Scuzzback Scrounger. 2 mana, 3/2 Goblin Warrior. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may blight 1. If you do, create a treasure token. Interesting. Also plays Harmonized Trio. 1 mana, 1/1. Tap this, tap 2 untap creatures you control. This creature becomes prepared, and then you get a Brainstorm. I don't think there's anything I want to do here. I guess we can just swing out. But I don't love it. If I swing out, he could block, what, here to there. Maybe double block or 2/2. I don't know. We'll swing out. We'll see how he blocks. We can cycle Haze of Pollen. Probably should have done that first, but that's okay. Yep, he does double block with the Scalar Scholar. We'll go to damage. He's going to play Not Dead After All. So end of turn, target creature you control gains. When this creature dies, returns to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. Let us fog. We're going to fog. We're going to try to prevent all combat damage. He's going to sacrifice his lander token in response. I'm going to cycle in response to that. We draw into an island. He grabs an island. And no damage happens to anyone. Our opponent goes down to 3 from Phyrexian Arena. He's on a 3-turn clock. He's got to kill us pretty quick. Or he needs to get rid of his own Phyrexian Arena. Which is not the easiest thing to do. There's not like a ton of cards that let you sacrifice your own enchantment. Not unless he's got like removal for non-land permanents and he can just destroy his own Phyrexian Arena. I don't see that happening. I think we're just going to win by default. I think he's going to die to his own Phyrexian Arena, which is hilarious. He's going to play Big Score. He discards a card and then draws 2. He discarded Blighted Nightmare. 3 mana enchantment. Once it enters creature cards in your graveyard, perpetually get +1/+1. He's going to cast Seize the Spoils. He's going to discard 1 and then draw 2. He's digging deep for something. He's probably digging for removal for the arena. It's about to kill him. We have a Tangle in hand, which is nice. Find a Fog. We only have 1 green source, which is insane. So we can't even cast multiple spells. Play out this island. We'll go to combat. We swing out. He's got 5 cards in hand and 5 treasures. Or 5 mana. 4 treasures plus his island. He can't afford to take any damage here. So he blocks even less favorably than last time. We end the turn. Our opponent goes down to 2 because of the Phyrexian Arena. He's got 2 turns to kill us. Can he do it? He could also gain life. That is another possibility. He's checking out his graveyard, which is a little suspicious, just a little bit. Maybe he's got some kind of recursion spell. He's going to play another Scuzzback Scrounger. Okay. He's going to cast Zombify to bring back another Scrounger. He needs 1 more blocker still. I think he has another Zombify. He does. He finds another Zombify to then bring back a Harmonized Trio again. So he doesn't die. Nice. He's still looking at his graveyard. And he ends the turn. We play our 6th island. 6th. We will go to combat. We will swing out. Our opponent has to block everything again. Otherwise, he dies. We go to combat. We deal damage. One of his Scroungers survives, and one of our Scholars survives, and then we end the turn. Our opponent's still holding priority. Does he have instant speed recursion? Nope. Our opponent goes down to 1. He's going to make another treasure. Does he find an answer out of his imminent doom, or will he just concede? He needs to gain life or destroy his own Phyrexian Arena. He's going to cast Flashback, targeting his big score. So now he can flash back the big score. He plays another land from hand. I don't know why you would play another land rather than discard that to the big score. Maybe he has another land in his hand still. He discards a Persist to draw 2. Even though you just played a land, that seems like a weird choice. I feel like you keep the Persist because it's a recursion spell. Well, I guess it's too late to recur anything that's going to be useful, right? He doesn't really need to set up blockers. He needs a way to destroy his own Phyrexian Arena, and he just can't. We haven't done anything in like 4 turns. He's just gonna die. He plays Tursa Light Shatter, 3 mana, 3/3 Orc Wizard Haste. When it enters, discard up to 2 cards and draw that many cards. Whenever this attacks, if there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard, exile a card at random from a graveyard. You may play that card this turn. Okay. So discard 2, then draw. Well, they can discard up to 2. Discards only 1. Discards an island. Says good game. That was it. He could not find an out to his own Phyrexian Arena. Beautiful. And we did almost nothing that game. We played 2 Scholars, a Nina. Yeah. That was it. What a funny game. Hey man, a dub's a dub. We'll take it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're 5-3 with the deck now. That's pretty good. I'll take it. We need 5 more wins, and then we'll start grinding into Diamond. That's the flaw to Arena and Bitter Blossoms. It is. It is. I mean, that's the trade-off you get for the additional draw and stuff. But that's funny. I'm really surprised that we were able to deal enough damage early that he was able to just die to his own Arena. Because this deck is really not aggressive. Like, not at all. All right, this opening hand, though, it looked great. Got both colors of mana. We have a third land. That's a good start. Our opponent starts with a turn 1 Dragon Sniper, 1/1, Vigilance Reach, Death Touch. We're just going to pass. We got nothing that we need to do. And also, we opened with Ornate Imitations already, so that's huge. Our opponent's going to play Bristly Bill. That's a scary one. Next turn, I think we just play out Troyan. Troyan can tap to add a blue and a green, or we can pay a blue, tap Troyan to draw a card, then discard a card. Our opponent's going to play in Azusa's Many Journeys. I kind of hope that they are a Mossborn Hydra deck. I kind of want to see one come out, which is a crazy thing to wish upon yourself. But I think it'd be so funny for them to swing like a 64/64 Hydra, and we're just like, fog for 1 green. He's going to swing both his creatures at us. We can. I don't want to block the Dragon Sniper. We say no blocks. We'll take 5. Got 4 mana here. Let's go Fog Bank. And actually, thanks to Troyan, we can cast Terrafractal. 1/2 for 2. Yes, this will enter 2+1/+1 counters on it, so it's a 3/2. And on ETB, we gain 2 life. So we're up to 17 again. And we got down our Fog Bank, which has prevent all combat damage that'd be dealt to and by this creature. There's the Hydra. There's the Mossborn Hydra. Okay, let's see. We have 5, 6, 7 mana. Do I cast Ornate Imitations for X equals 5? Do I think we die next turn? I could probably risk 1 turn from the Mossborn Hydra without dying. Let's go for it. Let's go for 5. All right, we'll make 5 creatures here. We got a food token and a zombie army token on ETB. We made Runeblade Razor, Lazotep Reaver, Greta Sweettooth Scourge, Seraph of Dawn, Titania Protector of Argoth, and then we got our zombie token. I'm going to swing the Terrafractal at our opponent. We're going to swing a 3/2 in the air. We'll see if they block with Dragon Sniper or not. They do. They do choose to block with the Dragon Sniper. That's perfectly fine. I'll take that trade all day. Okay. This wasn't too bad. Stat-wise, we did pretty good. 4-drop was a little bit lower, but, you know, it's a 2/4 flying and lifelink, so I'll take it. Our opponent's Mossborn Hydra is now a 4/4. They're going to play Gaia's Blessing. Did they draw into another land to play? Nope, they play a Druid class. Do they have a land in hand? Their final card was not a land. That's good for us. Here we can go solve the equation. We can go tutor the second copy of Ornate Imitations into our hand. Let's see, Greta says, you can pay a green, sack of food, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, activate only as a sorcery. Oh, that's kind of nice. You can also pay 1 and a black, sack of food, draw a card, and lose 1 life. We don't have access to black mana. But putting a +1/+1 counter onto the Seraph of Dawn, it's pretty good. He can't block the flyer, and that's 3 life gain in the air. So we'll swing you. We can swing Titania. We can swing Greta. Yes. Yeah, that'll be fine. Oh, I guess Greta just dies to the Mossborn Hydra. Okay, I didn't need to swing her, but that's fine. We set our opponent down to 16. We gain 3 life. We go back up to 20, and we can just end the turn. And if our opponent happens to buff his Hydra super crazy, We have 2 fogs in hand to keep us alive. So he can just swing at us. We'll say no blocks and just whoop, fog. Fog for 1 green. Easy day. Our opponent is leveling up their druid classes. Does he swing Hydra here? He doesn't even swing the Hydra. Nice. We find an island. That's pretty good. We have enough mana that we could cast Ornate Imitations again for X equals 5 and then still hold up a green, which is pretty good. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5. So let's do that. Ornate for X equals 5. We get to hold up a forest for our fog. Let's see what our second round gets us. When this enters, it deals damage to target creature and opponent controls equal to the number of goblins you control. 1 whole point of damage. I will target the Bristly Bill, I guess. So we got a Sacred Cat, Alabaster Mage, Ashling the Limitless, Volley Veteran, and Temple Altasaur. Seems a little bit lackluster to me. We're going to swing 3 in the air, set our opponent down to 15. And we'll gain 3 life, go up to 23. I think our opponent might still be scared to play the swing with the Mossborn Hydra. Well, with that land drop, I take it back. Their Mossborn Hydra is now a 22-22. Actually, they still might not swing with it. It's not enough to guarantee lethal, not through all of the blockers that we have. We have a lot of toughness to use to block. We don't have enough damage to kill the Hydra, but he can't one-shot us yet. And he doesn't have enough mana to activate Bristly Bill and double the amount of counters yet. I think we just have to swing out next turn. I think that's the only real plan for us. We'll lose some creatures along the way, but it'll allow us to push for more damage. And now that we've cast both copies of Ornate Imitations, there's no reason not to. Like, we don't need to hold back our mana dork anymore. We can just full send. They'll get to kill off like 3 of our creatures. We'll still deal a lot of damage. He's at 17 right now. See how much we get to do. Hydra's going to block our 5/3. He probably wants to keep Bristly Bill around, but that can block like a 1/1 or something. He might be scared to block with Bristly Bill. We do have 2 cards in hand. He's going to use Bristly Bill to block a 4/2. Why would you want your Bill to die? Maybe he's done the math and I haven't, but I feel like you use Bristly Bill to block like a 2/1 instead of a 4/2. Go to combat. Our opponent was at 17 life. We set him down to 3. Yeah, he didn't need to kill off his Bristly Bill. Maybe he has another one in hand. He had the second one in hand. All right, touche. And now he has enough mana to activate it. Go to combat. He swings the Mossborn Hydra. We hit him with that fog. Past the blockers. No blocks necessary. We take 0 damage. And we go back to our turn. Go to combat, swing out, and our opponent scoops. That is awesome. That's dope. I said I kind of wanted to see a Mossborn Hydra that match. And I got to do the thing. I got to cast the fog into the Hydra. And it felt good. Man, imagine if he had like swung last turn though. We hit him with the fog. And then we hit him with a second fog. He would have lost his mind. But hell yeah. We'll take that all day. All right, we're now 6-3 with the deck. We need 4 more wins, and then we move on to ranked. Yeah, it's pretty good so far. Oh, yeah. Mhm. All right, we're going first. We have Ornate Imitations in hand. We have Anina in hand, and both colors of mana. This is just a beautiful opening hand. Absolutely beautiful. And we're going first, even better. Start with getting down our Mutant Town. We gain a life. We go up to 21. Play out an island. We'll pass. And we can hold up Syncopate for X equals 1. So we can counter something that our opponent may try to play. Mesmeric Orb. It's a great card to counter. Let's go ahead and counter that with Syncopate. Turn 3, we set up Anina. And we pass. Our opponent plays the Palantir. Hate that card. We're going to take the damage. They scry 2 to the top. We're going to lose life. We may just die here. Nope, they kept a land on top. That's what I was hoping for. We go Invasion of Zendikar. Phenomenal top deck. We have like a perfect draw so far. Grab Forest Island. Swing in with Anina. I'll do 1 damage to Invasion of Zendikar. That's fine. But next turn, Anina taps for 2. We can cast Ornate Imitations for X equals 6 already. And then when we cast this for X equals 6, Anina will make us a 6-drop. Well, our opponent had removal. We had to sack Anina. So there goes 2 of our mana, which sucks. We just lost a ton of value by losing her, actually. That's a bummer. This is a deck where I wish we weren't running a budget version of the deck. So that way I could have more copies of Anina. I would be fine still with only 2 copies of Ornate Imitations, but I'd probably go up to 3 copies of both just for more consistency. We will lose life again. We lose 4. That's fine. I'm going to play out Thornwood Falls. I'm going to play out Fog Bank. And we end the turn. I'm going to be greedy. I want the 1 extra mana for the Ornate Imitations. There's still a chance that we top deck a land next turn too, which means we'll be casting this for X equals 6 again, rather than X equals 4 if we had cast it this previous turn. Our opponent's been missing land drops. That's good for us too. It's been slowing them down. Here's the Palantir again. Resolve. I'm going to let them draw this time. They keep 1 on top. I will let them draw it. We have 1, 2. Oh no, X equals 5. Oh yeah. It would have been X equals 6 if we had top decked the land. But we'll just cast Ornate Imitations for X equals 5. This is probably good enough. Demanding Dragon. That's one hell of a 5-drop. Go to combat. And we end the turn. I mean, if your end step, if you control creatures, total power 8 or greater, draw a card. Nice. So we got a Tormented Hero, a Glory Heath Lynx, and none of it matters. An Owl Bear Shepherd, Tam Observant Sequencer, and then Demanding Dragon. But our opponent had a board wipe. So it just did not matter. And we lose 10 life off of that. That's rough. Pass. So we're just going to lose because our deck, it loses to board wipes. I'll just concede. I'm over this game. That's fine. That's fine. We got to cast our spell. God, I hate board wipes. There's such a cop-out for just not playing for the board at all. It rewards laziness. My opponent didn't do shit that game. All right. We are going first, and we don't have a green source in our opening hand. I'll keep it. I'm going to be greedy. I'm going to try again. Apparently, I need to go up even more on the amount of dual lands that we have. Or maybe not. Maybe we just don't draw into any lands anyway, so it's irrelevant to what colors we're running because we just don't draw into lands. There we go. There's land number 3. As long as we hit land number 4 next turn, we're fine. We get to hold up a syncopate here too, so we get to pay X equals 1, make them pay X equals 1, which they cannot, so we exile their thing. We missed the land drop. I'm going to cycle Haze of Pollen to find land number 4. All right, next turn, we can go Invasion of Zendikar. Our opponent's playing a desert deck. Oh, this does it for both players. Sandcloud Harbinger, 3 mana, 2/4 elemental horse. When it enters, conjure 3 cards named Sunscorched Deserts into the top 10 cards of each player's library at random. Whenever a player plays a desert, that player draws a card and you gain 3 life. So by playing this, I get to draw a card and deal 1 damage to him, but then he gains 2 life. What a weird effect. Very strange. We're going to Invasion of Zendikar. Grab a forest, grab an island, and that's going to shuffle our deck. So now this 2 remaining Sun-Scorched Deserts that got added to our deck, they could be anywhere. And I wonder if the deck tracker tracks that. It does. It does see that we have the 2 Sun-Scorched Deserts in the deck. That's cool. Our opponent's going to play Bramble Armor Brawler, 4 mana, 5/5, can't be countered, trample. Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell, creature cards in your library perpetually get +1/+1. That's literally fucking insane. That card should be illegal. We're going to play Mutant Town, and now we're going to play 2 creatures, Nina and Troyan. And we will end. Next turn, we get to cast a really, really big Terrafractal. And when we cast the really big Terrafractal, Nina will also make us a really large creature. This is going to be like a really big Terrafractal. Because this is 2 mana. That casts... This covers the casting cost of the blue and the green. Nina's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we'll get a 10 drop from Nina plus a Terrafractal with 11 now counters on it. This is going to be a big boy. I don't even know what 11 drop creatures there are. A World Spine Worm. Also, we gain 2 life on ETB from Terrafractal. World Spine Worm. 15/15 trample. When it dies, create 3 5/5 green worm creature tokens of trample. Whenever World Spine Worm is put into a graveyard from anywhere, shuffle it into its owner's library. It's a pretty good card. It's pretty beefy card to get there. Our opponent kills off our Troyan. That's fine. They play a second Sandcloud Harbinger. Our opponent's up to 34 life, which is kind of a lot, and we're down to 12, which is not that much. We're down to 11. We kind of want to find our Ornate Imitations. That is a land. That is not what I asked for. Let's go Invasion of Zendikar. Let's grab another forest and another island out of our deck. And now we're going to cycle this Haze of Pollen and hope we draw into something good. Scalar Scholar, it's another blocker. It's not bad. Now, the question is, what do we do here? We're not in the greatest position to be swinging out. And then our opponent definitely doesn't want to swing into our board. But attacking with this worm is pretty good. I kind of want to attack with one of our big boys. So it might as well be the worm. We'll just send it face. 15-15 trample. That's a big boy. Nice. He's going to block it with a death touch creature. That's sick. He's going to take 10 damage from this hit, go down to 24, and then we get to make 3 blockers. And we get the World Spine Worm back into our deck. And we have enough mana, I think, that we could probably hardcast it, right? My deck tracker doesn't see the World Spine Worm. It was what, a 10 drop? Something like that? 10 or 11? Our opponent's going to play out a second green shell. And those are his board is starting to look kind of beefy. As long as you control 10 or more lands, creatures you control get +2/+2. So his turtles are giving his board +4/+4 right now. It's kind of a lot. Find a fog bank off the top. It's not the worst thing we could have seen, but it's not amazing. If I swing the Terrafractal now, he has 2 really big reach blockers. So he probably just double blocks. Our Terrafractal dies, and then that's not really useful for us. So we will pass. We got to hope that we just top deck Ornate, Imitations, or Solve the Equation. I thought I went to a 3rd copy of Solve the Equation, and I cut out a fog. Oh my god. The deck crashed twice when I was trying to change my companion. And that's at the same time that I was trying to change the deck. I was trying to add in a 3rd copy of Solve the Equation and cut out 1 copy of Fog. Oh, also there's our World Spine Worm. Deck tracker does see it now. That means that the change that I made to the deck never went through because of the game crashing. That's really bad. See, this right here, this could have been the 3rd copy of Solve the Equation. That would have been huge for us. We could have cast Solve the Equation and then grabbed our Ornate Imitations right there. Well, I'm going to have to go back and make that change for a 3rd time. 3rd time I've tried making that change to this deck. Should our opponent ever choose to swing out, we have a fog, I guess. But this is exactly why I would have cut out a fog and added another copy of Solve the Equation. It would have been so much more useful in this scenario. Because he's not going to swing at us. His guys don't have trample. If his whole board had trample, he'd probably swing. But just the 11/11, it's like not even worth it. We just triple block that and it dies. Find a forest off the top. That's not good. We're kind of just dying to his deserts. We're down to 7. He's up to 45. We're going to go down to 6 here because he's going to be able to tutor another desert. He grabs Conduit Pylons. That one doesn't hurt us on ETB. What? He plays Tainted Remedy. That's what you're doing with your deck? So he's trying to make it so that... No. That's not even the one I was thinking of. If an opponent would gain life, that player loses that much life instead. I feel like he was trying to pair that with a Harbinger. I don't know. That's weird. We can make a really big Terrafractal here, though. So let's do that. We have 10, 11, 12, 13. We can do X equals 11. No, it has one more on it. Cast X equals 12, Terrafractal. Oh, we lose 2 life because of the Tainted Remedy, and then we say no attacks. Oh, we got like 2 turns. Maybe like 2 turns to find this Ornate Imitations. But chances are we probably die whenever we cast it. Making 12 creatures? I wouldn't be surprised if something gains us life and then we just die to Tainted Remedy. Oh god, I didn't leave 1 green up for the fog. Who has trample? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 creatures. You have trample. This has to block there. You can block here. You don't have trample. You don't have trample. You don't have trample, and you don't have trample. All right, we got 1 shot to top deck a way out. Ornate Imitations. Right here, right now. Off the top. We find the world spine worm again. All right, we can survive for another turn. Let's play that. Let's go to combat. Let's attack our invasion of Zendikar. We'll flip that. We get a 4/4 with vigilance and haste. Wow. And we get to end the turn. We still have the fog to hold up. So we have 1 more chance after this to, oh god, does that, it doesn't matter. We have 1 more chance to top deck into the Ornate Imitations. 4% chance to top deck it. Easy day. We can do it. Easiest top deck of my life. 4%. And then we need something on ETB that like bounces his whole board. I don't know what creature does that, but we got to find it. I'm going to hit him with that good game. He's going to swing. We're going to fog. Say no blocks. We're still alive at 3. He's at 68. And we top deck a Sun-Scorched Desert. We ping him down to, I was going to say, we ping him down to 67. Oh, actually, we draw off of this. I can't play another one. I can swing 13 in the air and get him down to 60. Got him. And we concede. Okay, well. I need to go change my deck because the changes that I made previously never went through because the game was crashing. We are now 6-5 with the deck, though, which is a bit of a bummer. We were just 6-3, and then we took 2 losses. 6-3 sounds a hell of a lot better than a 6-5. All right, Chaos Conjuring, cut out a fog, go up, another solve the equation. Okay, this is how the deck should have been for like probably like the past 10 matches. Maybe like 5 matches. And I need to stop being greedy on our mulligans. If we open a hand with only double forest or only double island, I need to mulligan. Even though I really don't want to. Perfect. Beautiful opening hand. Both colors of mana, plus the Anina, plus the invasion of Zendikar for turn 4. Should be a good match. As long as we're able to find land number 4 next turn, or within the next 2 draws, easy day. Opponent's playing Rakdos colors. That does not bode well for our Anina. We do find land number 4 for our invasion of Zendikar next turn. It did not seem like he got priority. He might not have removal in his hand. Nope, Anina's dying. It was just 3-drop removal. We'll go invasion of Zendikar. We'll go grab 2 forests here because we already have a lot of islands. Next turn, we'll play our tap land for turn and then probably just play out the second invasion of Zendikar. Fogbank is a phenomenal top deck here against the Unstoppable Slasher. It's like crazy good, actually. Invasion of Zendikar. Forest. Island. Put those on the battlefield. I didn't leave any mana up to cast Syncopate or Haze of Pollen, but I think it's fine. He plays a giant Cindermaw. Oh well. He swings a Slasher. We block with the Fog Bank and nothing happens. Wow. Do I leave mana up for Syncopate now? That'd probably be a good idea. Maybe keep up 3 for that. 4. We have 9 mana. I can cast Terrafractal for X equals 3. That's plenty. That's big enough to kill the invasions of Zendikar, so that's pretty good. And then we can cast Syncopate for X equals 3, so that way he has to pay 3 additional mana for whatever he tries to cast. Yeah, we're in a good spot right here. We would have gained 2 life on ETB, but Giant Cindermaw prevents us from gaining life. I'm bad. And then worst case, if our opponent does not cast anything that we counter with Syncopate, we can also just cycle Haze of Pollen at his end step. Rakdos the Muscle, we will counter that. Syncopate for X equals 3. No Rakdos for you. He can go to combat and swing both of his creatures. If he does that, we take 4 damage from Giant Cindermaw. That's no big deal. We go down to 17. That's fine. Find a forest here. Let's go to combat. Terrafractal will kill an invasion of Zendikar. We'll transform this. We got our 4/4. And I am just going to cycle Haze of Pollen right now. We draw into an Anina, which we will play. All right, we're looking pretty good. We just need to find our imitations. Our opponent plays Demanding Dragon. We have to sack a creature. I will sack the Awakened Skyclave. Terrafractal isn't big enough to contest his Demanding Dragon. Oh, you know what? I'm dumb. I was going to say, but it can block the Demanding Dragon. But Fogbank has flying. We take another 4. We go down to 13. We find another Terrafractal. We can make this one absolutely monstrous. And thanks to Anina, we're going to get a free creature, which is also going to be huge. We can cast X equals 10 here, which means we're going to get a 10-drop from Anina. We got the Dawning Archaic. 7/7 reach. And now we have a massive 11/10 Terrafractal. That's pretty good. Dawning Archaic. When it attacks, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. Wow. That doesn't really help us at all. But imagine if we had cast Ornate Imitations already. If that was in our graveyard and we got to cast it, that'd be cool. Oh, ew. Outrageous Robbery. Target opponent exiles the top X cards of their library face down. You may look at and play those cards for as long as they remain exiled. Solve the equation. Did he steal one of our Ornates? He did not. Both are still in our deck. We can cast this for... Oh, he scooped? No, what a coward. What a coward. You stole 5 of my cards. We're about to cast Ornate Imitations for X equals 7. Nina could tap to pay for the blue and the green, and we still had 7 mana available. We're going to make a 7 drop and then a 1 through 7 drop. It would have been so nice. And then on the attack, the Dawning Archaic would have allowed us to cast target instant sorcery from our graveyard without paying its mana cost, which I'm pretty sure we deny. I think we would have said no. Actually, I wonder if the game would have even allowed us to cast this, because you can't cast this for X equals 0, but we would have had 0 mana to pay into it. Oh well, he was a coward. He was a coward. That was going to be awesome. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we are 7 and 5 right now. 3 more. I need 3 more wins, and I need another bite of bulgogi. My bulgogi was significantly better when it was warm. Flavor's still good, but it's going to be a lot better once I get to reheat it. Our opponent started with a turn 1 Healer's Hawk and a turn 2 Youthful Valkyrie, so they're playing some kind of mono white angel life gain shenanigans. Because if they were playing Orzhov Angels, there's no reason to run the Healer's Hawk. So they've got to just be an angel deck that also wants to gain life. They play out a Giada. Get to block with our Fog Bank. We take 1, we go to 19, our opponent goes up to 22. Here, do I play the Anina or solve the equation? Does it matter? I'll play out the Anina. There's a chance that we top deck the Ornate Imitations anyway. If we top deck Ornate Imitations, then this opens up the possibility for us to cast it this turn. Our opponent plays an Erebos, so they're just playing Foundations cards. Must just be a new player. We take 3 more damage. We go down to 16. Oh, Troyan is so good. Yeah, okay, we can set up Troyan here. Say no attacks, and we hold up Fog. Our opponent can swing out at us. We Fog in response, so it doesn't matter. We can take however much damage. Next turn, we solve the equation, grab Ornate Imitations. He's going to play Erode. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Its controller may search the library for a basic land card, put it on the bottom, put it on the battlefield, tap, and shuffle. They're going to help us ramp. It's even better. Take this action. We grab a forest. Submit 1. That's fine. And if he wants to swing out here, whenever this creature attacks, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. That's fine. That's fine. We can just Fog. And next turn, we can go solve the equation into Haze of Pollen. We Fog here. Easy. Ooh, I could be really, really greedy. Go Scalar Scholar here. Instead of holding up mana for Haze of Pollen. Do I want to be that greedy? Next turn we have 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, let's see, 1, 2, and then 4, 5, 6, 7. We can cast Ornate Imitations for 7 next turn. That's pretty good still. Say no attacks, we end the turn. I'm not going to play out the Scholar. I am just going to hold up the Haze of Pollen / Syncopate. Do I just want to Syncopate here? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I do. We tap this, add double, add this, go double. We cast as big of a Syncopate as we can because we have a Nina on the battlefield. So we go X equals 5 here. We pay everything into this, and we get a 5-drop from a Nina. We got a Dejeru and Hazoret, and our opponent gets nothing. Nice. Yeah, we get to counter their spell, we get to counter their Fiendish Panda, and we get a free 5/4 Human God. That's pretty good. Dude, Anina is a lot of fun. Anina is a great card. Again, I would be running an additional copy of her if we could. All right. Tap you for mana, and that still leaves 3, 6, 8. We can go X equals 8 into Ornate Imitations. Anina will make us an 8-drop, and then we get a 1 through 8-drop. We got a Krang. It seems like a little bit of a low roll. Oh, God, something died. We got an Avacyn off of that. We have the Balrog. Let's swing both of these. These are indestructible. When this attacks, we get to look at the top 6, and we get to exile a legendary creature from among them. We don't have any. Wow. Yeah, what died already? Dogwalker? Why did this die? Why did our 2-drop die? So we got a Krang as our free 8-drop. Then we got Grist, Voracious Larva. Our 2-drop died. We got Geth. Oh, other creatures you control get -1/-1. Geth killed off our Dogwalker. Thane of Contracts. How very rude. We got Centaur Naturer as our 4-drop. 5-drop was Pyroclastic Elemental. Our 6-drop was Silverwing Squadron, which is a 10/10 with Flying and Vigilance and indestructible thanks to Avacyn. 7-drop was the Balrog. And then our 8-drop was Avacyn Angel of Hope. Flying, Vigilance, indestructible. Other permanents you control have indestructible. Pretty good. Seems like some pretty decent creatures we got. I would say we high rolled, especially with the Avacyn. That's crazy. Oof. Okay, we cast it for X equals 8, so we can do, I think, 9 here. We'll get a free 9-drop off of Anina. We maybe could have gone 10. We could have gone a 10-drop thanks to the Centaur Nurturer. I didn't realize it was a Mana Dork. Let's make a free 9-drop here with Anina. This poor Alex person. I think Alex has had enough. Yeah, I think he's done. I think he's out. All right, so this is going to be a victory against Alex. We are now 8-5 with the deck. I think he had enough timers that I could have gotten up to go pee. But I would hate to get a loss right here just because I get up to go pee. He comes back, passes priority, and then I burn through all of my timers while I'm in the restroom, and then I just, give up the turn. All right, our free 9-drop was a Fire Dragon. When this creature enters, it deals damage to target creature equal to the number of mountains you control. 0. Wow. And then we gain 2 life from Terrafractal. Fire Dragon, huh? Indestructible flying. It's normally just a 9 mana 6/6 flyer. And we win. What is up with all of these older cards? Fire Dragon. Oh, nice. We also made a Knight token. I believe that was from Silverwing Squadron. All right, good game, Alex. 8 and 5. Need 2 more wins, but I need to pee. Ooh, Phantom Sealed. Let me see this real quick. Open 6 packs and add basic lands to make a 40-card deck, then play against other players as much as you want. This event is Phantom. We're going to play Sealed. Yeah, we're going to play Sealed. All right, I'm back. 8 and 5. Let's get 2 more wins. And then I want to play some Sealed before swapping over to Ranked, because Ranked makes me sad. But Sealed sounds fun. All right, here we are in another game. We're going up against Cobra Commander. We're going to keep 7. Our opening hand looks pretty solid. As long as we hit land drop number 3, we're fine. We're chilling. Oh, ew. If he makes us discard to solve the equation. Okay, he literally picked the worst option. Bold choice, bold choice. Do I play it slow? If he's running more, I'm just gonna play Scalar Scholar here. Normally, I would play the Thornwood Falls, get our tap land down and out of the way, and then that way on turn 3 we could cast something. But I didn't want to reveal that the last card we had in hand was a land, so it's fine. I'm gonna swing in with Scalar Scholar here. He probably doesn't take the trade with Thief of Sanity. He probably takes a 2 damage. He does. And now hopefully Fogbank will prevent his Thief of Sanity from getting to deal any damage to us and start stealing our cards. But yeah, he really chose the worst option in our hand to make us discard. We had 2 copies of Troyan. Why would you make us discard one of them? Which is a good thing for us, you know. Now we're about to miss a land drop, which is not good, and our opponent has one blue up. We're going to try to cast Solve the Equation here. It does resolve. That's huge. We get to grab Ornate's Imitations. We have a 3/3. We're going to swing the 3/3 Scholar now. Our opponent takes a 3. They go down to 15. We need him to still not have removal for Fog Bank. He swings both of his creatures. We block with the Fog Bank. Take 2. He gets to steal one of our cards. However, we've already taken an Ornate Imitations out of our deck, so I'm less worried about him stealing our shit. Plays a Night Veil Predator. That's a cool card. This is a vampire. It doesn't look like it would be. It's a vampire. And I know that because I ran it in my 5-color vampire tribal deck. We top deck the second Ornate Imitations, which is pretty dope. I'm not sure what the move is here. Getting Troyan down would be nice. So I guess I'll go for it. And we just say no attacks. If he swings Unstoppable Slasher at us again, he's gonna play plays out God Eternal Kefnet. If he swings a Slasher at us again, I think I block here. And then I think I take 3 from Night Veil Predator. This way he can't steal any more things from us. Slasher dies, it returns with 2 stun counters on it. That's fine. God Eternal Kefnet says, 4 mana, 4/5 flying. You may reveal the first card you draw each turn as you draw it. Whenever you reveal an instant or sorcery card this way, copy that card and you may cast the copy. Copy costs 2 less to cast. Okay. We hit a land. That's kind of nice. Do I go greedy and play out the second Scholar, or do I just cast an Ornate Imitations now? For X equals 4, that's like not that much. We're going to go Scalar Scholar. Now we can cast this for X equals 4. That triggers Increment for the Scalar Scholar, so that'll grow bigger. Our opponent's going to heist us with Grave Expectations. Luckily, we have both Ornate Imitations in hand. As long as he does not make us discard the Imitations, we should be fine. We should be chilling. When Pterrafractal enters, we gain 2 life. And now we have a 5/4 blocker. Next turn, we can cast Ornate Imitations for X equals 6, which is solid. Very, very solid. We can... Do I kill the Kefnet? When this dies or is put into exile from the battlefield, you may put it into its owner's library 3rd from the top. He probably does that, right? I'll trade my Pterrafractal for that. If he puts it in his top 3, which he does, that's good. That means it reduces the chances that he will play something that makes us discard. Plays a Palantir, okay. Puts 1 on top, 1 on the bottom. I will lose life. We lose 3, no big deal. So we get to Ornate, like I said, for 6. So let's see what we get. We have a 4/4 that there's no point in swinging with because he stole a Fog Bank from us. Say no attacks. We got a Goblin Fireslinger, Flame Channeler, Rakata Pillar Bug, Yuna Grand Summoner, Herald of Hadar, and a Xanathar Guild Kingpin. That seems okay. From here, we block Thief of Sanity again, so that way he can't take more of our stuff. We take 3 damage. We go down to 13. He plays Emmett Selch Unsundered. And then he scoops. When this enters or attacks, draw a card and then discard a card. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 14 or more cards in your graveyard, you may transform Emmett Selch and become 6/6 with Vigilance. During your turn, you may play cards from your graveyard. If a card or token will be put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. I don't know why he scooped. Our board, our creatures, they were really not that threatening. Yeah, like his board seems solid. He stole a Fog Bank from us. That's an infinite blocker, basically. He's going to have 2 Death Touch creatures still. He has his Palantir out. Maybe he misplayed by casting this and really did not want to. No, you draw a card first and then discard a card. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but we won. All right. I will take it. I don't. Did he know that we had the second Ornate in hand? I don't know if he knew about the second copy. Exsanguinate. X double black. Each opponent loses X life. You gain life equal to the life lost this way. I should build a deck around that. Golgari ramp, maybe? Or mono black. Ramp with treasures. Could also do Rakdos ramp with treasures. That card's not even a rare, so it gives you a lot of options. I'd probably go Golgari. Green is just like really good at ramping. But anyway, with that victory, we are now 9-5 with the deck. All we need is one more win, and that'll be it. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oof. It looks like I have said yes in my notes to add in essentially every single win that we've gotten. Have I said no to any of our wins? I don't know. We're going first. We need 2 mulligan. This is better. We can work with this. We keep 6. We throw back one of our fogs. Start with our tap land, and then turn 2, we go Fog Bank. Turn 4, we will go Invasion of Zendikar. And whatever else happens, happens. Increment, or not Increment Scholar. Scalar Scholar, which has Increment. It's pretty good 2-drop as well. We'll go ahead and cast that already. Our opponent started with a Watery Grave. We're going to go Fog Bank here. Swing in for 2. Set our opponent down to 18 and pass. We need to draw a land next turn. 40% chance. We missed the land drop. Swing in for 2. Set our opponent to 16. Play out a second Fog Bank. End the turn. I still don't understand why this deck doesn't want to draw into lands, but it just really does not for some reason. We've had like 5 games where this has been an issue. We are running 24 lands, and it's an extremely normal amount of lands. But we're just really struggling to draw into them. Boom, there goes a forest. Now we can go Invasion of Zendikar. I will grab 2 islands. I can swing 3 damage at Karn or 3 damage at our Invasion of Zendikar. I will kill the Karn because that card is scary. He had used it to tutor a Mox Amber. Or not tutor. Just take it out of his sideboard. But with that Karn dying, he scoops. That's it. That's game number 10. That's win number 10. That one doesn't need to go in the video. Cool. Cool. Okay, well, there was one game that I did not want to include in the stats. But since it was only one, I mean, overall we went 11-6. That's a really good win rate. That's a 65% win rate. And also, we just went 4-0 since removing that one fog and going up one copy of Solve the Equation. And that was a change that I thought I had made like back here. Maybe even somewhere during this 4-4. So that's good. We'll call it there with the deck. The deck is done. 2.5 hour long recording. Let me go ahead and label this real quick so I do not forget. But we're going to play a little bit of Sealed. We're going to play a little bit of Midweek Magic Phantom Sealed. Wow. I'm going to eat some more bulgogi. I'm really trying to save the rest of it for after stream. But it looks good, and I only ate half of the bowl before I started the stream because I didn't want to be super full and then tired and sleepy. Just like bursting at the seams. But it's so good. And it would be so much better still once I reheat it and throw some more Japanese barbecue sauce on it. Delicious. All right. Chaos, Conjuring, gameplay. Start a new recording. Let's try out the Phantom Sealed. All right, these are the 6 packs that we are going to have to build a deck from. See what we get. It looks like these are the 8 rares that we opened. We got Crackle with Power, Joined Researchers. This is a fucking horrible card. Absolutely horrible card to have opened because the card that's on it, the like prepared spell, is Secret Rendezvous. You and target opponent each draw 3 cards. Secret Rendezvous is a card that you should almost never run. Giving your opponent's cards is like one of the worst things you could possibly do. We opened Tragedy Feaster, 4 mana, 7/6 demon, trample, ward, discard a card. At the beginning of your end step, sacrifice a permanent unless you gained life this turn. That's fucking awesome. Tragedy, I should build a deck around Tragedy Feaster. That one's just like really good. That's such an easy yeah, it's so easy to keep this around. This demon is very similar to other demons. No, how do I say this? There are several other demons that are statted very similarly to Tragedy Feaster. I want to pull one up. Is it Varigoth? I want to say Varigoth is the right name. No, that's not it. I'm gonna find this card. I can't remember if it's an upkeep. No, maybe it's additional cast cost. Sacrifice. I'm pretty sure it has an upkeep cost though. I know it's black and green. No, maybe it's upkeep. Okay. Here we go. So we just opened Tragedy Feaster, 4 mana, 7/6. It is almost exactly like Daemogoth Woe Eater, 4 mana, 6/3 or 7/6. 4 mana, 7/6 demon from Strixhaven. It says at the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature. Whenever you sacrifice Daemogoth Woe Eater, each opponent discards a card, you draw a card, and you gain 2 life. This says at the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature. This card, a 4 mana 7/6 with no trample, is much harder to keep around than this 4 mana 7/6 with trample and ward. This says at the beginning of your end step, sack a permanent, unless you gain life this turn. The fact that you sacrifice a permanent instead of a creature makes this card significantly more flexible. Worst case scenario, you could sacrifice a land if you really needed to keep this around for a turn. But the fact that you can just ignore the cost if you gained a life is crazy. Tragedy Feaster, this is just a great card. This is fucking awesome. Shattered Sanctum, I don't know how good it's going to be for sealed, but it's fucking awesome. We hit a land. That's extremely garbage too. Our rares have been pretty bad. So far, I don't want any of these except for Tragedy Feaster. Crackle of Power, I really don't want this either. Emeritus of Truce, this will be a good one. 3 mana 3/3 Cat Cleric. When this creature enters, target player creates a 1/1 white and black Inkling creature token with flying. Then if an opponent controls more creatures than you, this creature becomes prepared, and you get Swords to Plowshares, 1 white instant, exile target creature. Its controller gains life equal to its power. It's not bad. Definitely usable. The Swords to Plowshares will be nice. And then if it's never active, then that just means that we have a bigger board presence, which means we're already winning. Scheming Silver Tongue. 2 mana 1/3 Vampire Warlock with flying and lifelink. At the beginning of your second main phase, if you gained 2 or more life this turn, this creature becomes prepared, and then you get a Sign in Blood. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. Nice. Okay, it looks like we're going to go with Orzhov. Oh, we're definitely going with Orzhov. Our last rare, also Orzhov. We got Steal the Show as well, which I'm just not even going to bother reading. And then we got Nita, Forum Conciliator. 3 mana 2/3 Human Advisor. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. You can pay 2, sack another creature. Exile target instant or sorcery card from an opponent's graveyard. You may cast it this turn and spend mana of any type. It can be spent to cast that spell. If that spell will be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. Activate only as a sorcery. Cool. So yeah, we're just going to go with Orzhov. Cool. And our Draftsmith deck recommendation also recommends Orzhov. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's just build this deck. I'm probably going to cut the joined researchers. Well, let me see. It's just the prepared, right? Otherwise, it's a 2 mana 2/2 first strike. At the beginning of each end step, if an opponent has more cards in hand than you, this creature becomes prepared. You know, a 2 mana 2/2 first strike is perfectly fine. Oop. Man, this deck builder thing is pretty good. And a Terramorphic Expanse. Telling me to cut a swamp, and then that's it. Done. Sealed the deck. Orzhov Phantom sealed. Let's change this to where's the lion? Did the lion not make it into our deck? What? Am I blind? Maybe I'm just blind. Oh, Emeritus of Truce. There he is. Put him on the box. We'll go to avatars. I will select. Let's see. Could just go with the newer Killian. We could go with the fake Killian, Boss Riquette, who did exist before Killian, if I'm not mistaken. We go Killian Ink Duelist. Or we can go with Abigail. Let's go with Abigail. Abigail with Abigail. It's Abigail is the better looking of all of these owls, but man, still don't love it. And then I'll wait for all of my card sleeves to load. You'll know that it's loaded when you see the top left one highlight blue. I've just got too many card sleeves. There it is. All that time I was loading. Go all the way to the bottom. Let's grab this. Actually, let's grab the, let's go with the Abigail. Full Abigail. These should still be Strixhaven, done, or Zov, Phantom Sealed. All right, I'm not even going to bother reading the rest of our cards. They're in our colors. Yeah, that's it. They're in our colors. It's probably good enough. All right, we go first. Opening hand looks pretty good. We've got a good looking curve. We've got the Tragedy Feaster in hand already. This land enters tapped unless you control 2 or more other lands. Okay. We have 2 black 1-drop instants. Target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Up to 1 target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Up to 1 target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. So this can be a removal. Masterful Flourish. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible to end of turn. Opponent plays just a tap land. So here we're going to set up. We could either cast Group Project or set up Stone Docent. 2 mana, 3/1 Spirit Chimera. Pay a white to exile this card from your graveyard. You gain 2 life, surveil 1, activate only as a sorcery. We set up the Stone Docent here. If our opponent has removal and the Docent dies, that's fine. I would rather that happen than we lose the 2/2 Spirit, because this has graveyard value. Spirit does nothing for us in the graveyard. But here we can go Group Project. Go to combat. Swing in with our 3/1. Does connect for 3 damage. Our opponent goes down to 17. They're going to discard their Visionary's Dance. So look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the other into your graveyard. They throw a Forest into the graveyard, which I just now noticed. They are running 3 colors for their deck. We go to our turn. Tragedy Feaster. Do I have a way to gain life right now? I would have to sacrifice something, which I don't want to do. I could play out Tragedy Feaster. See if it gets countered, first of all. He kills my Stone and Docent. Why would you? I guess it's too big. I was going to ask why he would do that instead of saving his removal for the Tragedy Feaster. But the Feaster is just too big. We'll go to combat. We swing 2/2. And you know what? Here, I'm actually going to sacrifice a Plains. I'm going to keep our board presence. I'm going to keep our board presence. I'm going to sacrifice a land and keep Tragedy Feaster around. This next turn, we can gain a life. And, yeah, just because we can gain a life. Target opponent loses 1 life, we gain 1 life. Up to 1 target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And 1 gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Target opponent, lose a life. This gets +1/+1. This will get -1/-1. Target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn, draw a card. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you may pay a black or a white. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, well, we were probably going to cast Killian's Confidence there. I was probably going to buff up the Tragedy Feaster. Just to deal extra damage. And to draw a card. Mostly to draw a card there. All right, we won game 1. Tragedy Feaster, good card. Very good card. Our reward, Glimpse the Core. Wow. And now, 20 gems. Looks like we are going to get a rare from Throne of Eldraine. Or Wilds of Eldraine? Something Eldraine. All right. Game 2, we've got removal. 2 drops. It looks good enough to keep. So we can play a 2/2 first strike next turn, or 2 mana 1/3 at the beginning of your second main phase if you gain 2 or more life. Do I have a way to gain life in hand? No. That's okay. Do you have lifelink? You do, but you're a 1/3. Let's play out Joined Researchers. This creature is now prepared. At any point, we can choose to cast Secret Rendezvous, which I don't think we will ever cast. Also, this requires double white, which we don't have currently. Here, we're going to play the Scheming Silver Tongue. We'll go to combat, swing in our 2/2. Oh. Do they have a bounce effect? Deal 4 damage to target creature with flying. I'm going to give this indestructible. We'll go to combat, deal 2, set our opponent to 18. I was kind of really hoping to save that until next turn because we could have used it to buff our Scheming Silver Tongue, made this a 2-power creature. During combat, it would have gained us 2 life from its lifelink, and then that would have activated its Sign in Blood. It would have become prepared, and we would have had enough mana to cast Sign in Blood to draw 2 and lose 2. And that would have been really, really good. Let's see, target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. Destroy target creature. Let's just go to combat, swing in for 3. Opponent goes to 15, we go up to 21, and we end. Ajani's Response, 5 mana instant, destroy target creature. This costs 3 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. Opponent's going to play a Berta Wise Extrapolator. Cost of Brilliance. 3 mana sorcery. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. Ooh, I think I want to be greedy. We're going to draw 2, lose 2. Put a +1/+1 counter on Scheming Silver Tongue. Go to combat. Swing this in the air. We'll gain 2 life. It is now prepared. Oh, my auto tapper. Oh, my auto tapper. Oh, it just fucked me. We would have had enough mana for Sign in Blood. It sucks now. I'll just play out Stone Docent. If our Silver Tongue dies before I get to cast this Sign in Blood, I'm gonna be very upset. You stupid auto tapper. You stupid auto tapper. The auto tapper actually did what it should have. It just didn't know I was playing for Sign in Blood. It really sucks. Our opponent plays Deluge Virtuoso. That's going to put a stun counter on our Scheming Silver Tongue. We need to get rid of this Berta before it gets any bigger. The next turn, we probably just hard cast the Ajani's Response. Unless he taps Berta this turn, which would make it much easier for us to kill it next turn. It'd use up a lot less mana. But we'll see. Trying to drink out of my Diet Coke before opening it. Nice. He taps. He taps Berta. That means Ajani's Response only costs 2 mana. Okay, so let's kill Berta. I could play Last Grasp, get rid of one of his tokens. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If it was 5 or more, this creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Now, I'm just going to Sign in Blood. We're going to draw 2, lose 2. I'll play out Burog Banemaker. Go to combat, swing our 3/1 creature, see if he wants to block or not. He takes a 3, he goes down to 10. Okay, I'm good with that. Now, Burog Banemaker is a 1 mana 1/1 with Death Touch. It says, pay 1 and black. This creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Our opponent's going to play Oracle's Restoration. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. You draw a card and gain 1 life. Their Virtuoso is now a 4/4. Oh, and they bounce our Death Toucher back to our hand. Nice. Do you swing your 5/5 here, though? Oh, you're swinging out at me? That is ballsy. We can take 8 damage here. That's fine. We go down to 11. No blocks. Take the 8, we go down to 11. Now we're tied for life totals. We're going to cast Dissection Practice, target our opponent. Try to put another counter on our Scheming Silvertongue. This will get -1/-1. No response from our opponent. We're going to cast Group Project here. We're going to make a 2/2 red and white spirit creature token. We're going to flash this back for free in 1 second. I'm going to play this Banemaker. Now we're going to flash back the Group Project. I'm going to tap down this, and the Joined Researchers to make another 2/2 red and white spirit creature token. We'll go to combat, swing in for 6 total damage. Set our opponent down to 4. And our Sign in Blood is active once again. And we're looking real good. We have removal in hand with a Wander Off, exile target creature. Yeah, I was pretty sure we had that in the bag. It looks like we had that in the bag. All right, 2 for 2. Man, we're good at this game. Let's see what our prize is. 20 more gems. That would have been from Duskmourn. All right. We got one more. Players with Mythic orange names are Wizards of the Coast employees. I've played one of them. And we won. It's somewhere. I have that footage somewhere. This land enters tapped unless you control 2 or more other lands. This also enters tapped, so let's start with Terramorphic. We start with Terramorphic. We go grab, let's say, a Swamp. Because we've seen that we have a lot of 1-drop instants in black. Fuck. Okay, it's fine. I was going to say, we start with Terramorphic because if we drew into another land, then Shatter Sanctum can come in untapped the following turn. Here we can play Scheming Silvertongue. I was just kind of hoping that we top deck the plains instead of a swamp, but we're fine. We are fine. Next turn, we can go Rehearsed Debater, 3 mana, 3/3 Vigilance. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, this creature gets +1/+1 to end the turn. This is a phenomenal 3-drop. Let's see if it gets countered. It sticks. We go to combat. We deal 1, set our opponent to 19. We go up to 21. We're in a beautiful spot already. I don't even know what all these cards do. This is draw, I think. That makes tokens. This does a bunch of things. And we have Dissection Practice. We're chilling. Whatever our opponent plays, hopefully it's a creature. We probably just like absolutely destroy them next turn. They deal 3 damage to our flyer, and that makes us sad. Let's see. Bitter Triumph. As an additional cost to cast a spell, discard a card, or pay 3 life. Oh, this is removal. This isn't draw. We could just go Group Project. Let's see. Silverquill Charm. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. Exile target creature power 2 or less. Or each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. Let's go with the counters. If this resolves, this Debater is massive. Let's cast the Dissection as well. We swing in with an 8/8, set our opponent down to 10. And then we still have a 5/5 with Vigilance. We're pretty low on gas, but if he plays any blocker, we get to kill it with Bitter Triumph. That's a 3/3 with haste. That is a blocker. That will die. So as long as he doesn't have another removal spell, like we're straight chill. Oh my god, the last grasp is so nasty. Target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. Our Rehearsed Debater is about to become a 6/6. He's going to tap down his horse to discard a card and draw a card. Horse dies. We get to swing in for 6 damage here. Absolutely filthy. And we'll make a 2/2 just to rub it in. Filthy. Filthy nasty. If he plays another blocker, he dies to the Bitter Triumph. Do it. Play another blocker. Nothing? You play nothing. I'll play Elite Interceptor. Let's go to combat. Swing our 5/5. It's going to deal 5 damage to up to 1 target creature. So whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell that targets a creature, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So if we destroy our own creature, let's target our 2/2. Debater becomes a 6/6. And now our opponent will die. Got him. Dude, the rehearsed debater just soloed our opponent. That was disgusting. This card is dope. It's a 3-mana 3/3 with vigilance. To start, it's good. That's a great card. Excuse me. Our reward, Baxter Stockman. Okay, anyway. We now get a mystery cosmetic. I own a lot of cosmetics in the game. So the chances of us hitting something good is extremely low. Lower than I would say for most people. Chances are it's just a card style. Card style for scintillating. Scintillating? That feels right. Scintillating Encore. An Orzhov hybrid mana for an instant. It's an Alchemy 26 card. Target creature you control perpetually gets +2/+0. When that creature dies this turn, return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. That's disgusting. That's hella nasty. That's good. Okay, and that is Phantom Sealed. Keep playing until the event ends. Oh, that's right, and that's so dumb. They need to update this. So if you can't see it, but look. So we have all 3 wins. There's nothing left to gain. We have our deck already, right? This is it. You know, we have other cards that we opened. We maybe could try to run like a 3-color deck. Maybe get some kind of teamer or something going. But what you can normally do in events is resign. Now, I understand why they don't allow you to resign as soon as you start this event. However, after getting all 3 wins, you should have that option. After getting 3 wins with your sealed deck, you should be allowed to resign and then open new sealed packs. The reason why you don't allow that right in the beginning is because people would just resign and then rejoin the event until they high rolled something crazy from their packs. But like I would keep playing Phantom Sealed right now. I had fun. It was cool. But there's no incentive for me to keep playing. I already know what this deck is like. You know, we went 3-0. We only played 3 games, but like, oh God, my arena's lagging like a motherfucker. Look at my cursor. It's just everywhere. There we go. Right. We only played 3 games, but like there's nothing left for me to really learn about this deck or learn about these cards. Like, yeah. I'm good. I'm okay. I'm over it. There's no need for me to keep using it. So that kind of sucks. There's maybe like a handful of cards that we didn't see. That's it. So that sucks because I'm sure they want people to play midweek Magic. That's why you create the event, right? Look, even if they allowed us to resign here and replay with new sealed packs and not be able to earn any rewards, I would play again. I would keep going. You just have to make it so that after anytime you start the event, you have to get 3 wins before you're able to resign again and then rejoin. Yeah, that's dumb. Again, yeah, I want to play some more Phantom Sealed. Like, Sealed is fun. The fact that it's free and that it's Phantom, that's great. That's perfectly fine with me. But, you know, now here I am. I've played 3 games and there's just no reason to touch the event again at all this week. I'll wait till next week. And then next week's event will probably suck. So that's a bummer. How's whatever you're up to going? It's okay. We just played midweek Magic, Phantom Sealed, and we went 3-0 with the deck. I was just saying it's a shame that we can't play it anymore. Like, I can keep playing with this same deck, but I would rather open up some more sealed packs. I would rather be able to resign from the event and then open some fresh packs and, you know, play with something different. But you can't resign from the event. I'm stuck with whatever you open on the first attempt, which is kind of lame. After you get 3 wins, you should be allowed to resign, open up fresh packs. So, I guess we're just done with that event. In which case, oh God, it is time to play ranked. Historic ranked. Let's go with what deck? Do I start with Merfolk? I'll start with Merfolk. We'll see what the meta is looking like. Yeah, it sounds fairly annoying, especially in an event that's all about opening packs. Yeah, it's like, you know, I understand why they don't let you resign right out of the gate, right? Because people would join their event, open up their packs, and if they didn't high roll, they would just resign and then reopen packs until they find something incredible and crazy. And that makes sense. But after every time that you get 3 wins with your set of sealed packs, you should be able to resign, reopen. And even if they didn't give you more rewards for rejoining the event, like, I'd be fine with that. I would still be playing it. Let's go Merfolk. I'm gonna play out Mistcaller here. So last time we played ranked, everyone was running recursion decks. I don't know if that's still the case. It's been 2 weeks since I last streamed this. I don't know how the meta has changed, if it has or has not. Let's see. This is 2/2 ward. Pay life equal to Rabban's power. Whenever this attacks, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to target attacking creature. Let's set up. I'm going to go Mistcloaked Herald into Triton Shore Stalker, and we will pass. I'll go to my first pre-release event this week with the Marvel set and all. Not particularly excited about the set, but I'm going to take the chance to try out Sealed. I can drag a friend along who's never played Magic. So, hey, I'll do. That sounds fucking awesome. My first pre-release event was for the set Amonkhet back in 2017, I believe. And it was a lot of fun. I had been fighting Magic for a while. I had a bunch of nerdy friends who were into it. And they kept trying to get me to play. And I resisted for a while, but eventually one of my friends, they wanted to get rid of their bulk. So they had a big box full of cards. And they let me have first dibs on them. I was like, all right. If you're going to give me like 1,000 free cards, or, you know, a couple hundred, however many. I was like, all right, I will give it a shot. So I started playing, made some decks, had fun making decks. And then we went to a pre-release event, and I've been hooked ever since. Crazy that 2017 is 9 years ago. Doesn't even sound like it. It doesn't sound that long ago. Okay, our opponent, they played Dragonfire Blade. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has hexproof from monocolored. Okay, that's fine. We took 4 damage there. No big deal. We're going to play out a Merfolk Mistbinder here. We're going to swing in for 6 damage. We set our opponent down to 12. Yeah, I think we're going to win this. In our hand, we have a Flood Pit's Drowner. It's 2 mana 2/2 with Flash and Vigilance. When this enters, you tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. If he's going to just keep buffing this guy, then we can just tap it down and he won't have a blocker for a turn and won't be able to swing for 1 additional turn. So we should just be able to win this race. He plays a Nahiri. The +1, you may create a 1/1 white core warrior creature token. -2, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a warrior card and or equipment card from among them. Put them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay. He's swinging the 4/4. I'll say no blocks. We take the 4. In fact, I think we just have lethal. If he doesn't make the token, he dies. Oh, no. You have another minus. -3, Nahiri deals damage to target creature or planeswalker equal to twice the number of warriors and equipment you control. Okay. That's fine. We find land number 3, select Merfolk again. From here, I think we just play Flood Pit's Drowner. Oh, this has hexproof from monocolored. That was a mistake on my part. We can go to combat. We can kill Nahiri, deal 2 damage to our opponent, and send them down to 10. We end the turn. Hopefully next turn, Merfolk Mistbinder is enough for lethal. If he's able to get an equipment with lifelink, this might be a little bit more of a struggle. He's going to play fighter class. When it enters, he gets to search your library for an equipment card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. Yeah. You said you got started last year with Commander because of the Final Fantasy collab. I was and still am hooked on Final Fantasy 14, so the precon was an obvious sale for me. That's good. Look, as much as people don't like the Universes Beyond sets, they're good for reasons like that. Our opponent is going to try to one-shot us. Or nearly one-shot us. We're going to die. I don't think there's anything I could have done to play this differently. Wait, this creature gets +2/+0. Oh, no, this doesn't have trample. We're fine. We just block here. What a weird attack. Okay, tell me we can get lethal here. Merfolk Mistbinder. Play out another Mistcaller. Oh, man. Are we still just not going to win this? This is crazy. Can't block these. These are going face. Might as well just swing out. Yeah, as much as people don't like Universes Beyond sets, getting new players to join through other IPs is one of the biggest benefits of it. So I'm glad you joined because of Final Fantasy. Also, Final Fantasy was a good set. I actually just watched a YouTube video today, and it was by MTG Goldfish. One of their main crew, they posted a video talking about why Marvel doesn't feel as good as Final Fantasy did. He's like, Final Fantasy fit the theme of Magic a lot better than Marvel. And he said simply because of the world building. He was like, Final Fantasy has been around forever. They have a whole bunch of really memorable and notable characters, just like Marvel. Marvel's been around forever, have a bunch of notable characters that people, know of and stuff. He's like, why do they feel so different? He's like, they shouldn't. He's like, but the world building for Final Fantasy is just so much better. Marvel, it doesn't focus on world building. It focuses on creatures, or not creatures. It focuses on characters. When you think of Marvel, you think of all the characters. When you think of Final Fantasy, it's a lot easier to think about the world. We take our first loss. All right, that sucked. And he said, and that's what Magic's big appeal is. When you think of Magic, you don't think of individual characters. You think of the worlds themselves when it comes to a set. It's not like I'm super hooked. Still don't know a lot about the game, but I have my fun slowly getting more stuff for Commander. Right now, I only own Ysolta, of course, which I upgraded a bit, and the Asheline Precon, which I'd like to upgrade eventually. Final Fantasy is a high fantasy IP that, and the fact that it's fantasy also definitely helps. It's a high fantasy IP that, works with a high fantasy card game. Marvel is New York after we got Turtle and Spider-Man flavored in New York. Yeah, see, and even with, even with Marvel, they've traveled a lot of other places other than just New York. But you still don't think about all those other worlds that they've been to. You don't think about other planets and stuff. You still just think about Earth, you know? That's not interesting. We live on Earth. It's just Earth injected with, superheroes. It's like, who cares? It's not interesting. Here we're going to play a Silver Gill Adept. We're going to reveal a Merfolk to draw a card. But yeah, even more Marvel on top of the Marvel, plus the Ninja Turtles also being in New York. It's just not great. None of it is great. Our opponent wipes our board. Feels bad. I guess we will recast this Mistcloaked Herald. Yeah, I had not even considered the fact that TMNT was also in New York. That is a whole lot of New York. I'm going to play Ghostly Prison. I'm just going to concede. Our deck wins through attacking with creatures. We get soloed by Ghostly Prison. We're about to drop down into Diamond Tier 3 already, and I'm only 2 games in. This is why I do not stream ranked. It upsets me. I hate ranked. I hate it. It's so much. It is so unfun. The budget deck that we were playing with earlier, phenomenal. It was very fun, and we went 10-5 with the deck. That is a pretty good win rate. We're winning games and having fun, and even when I win games in ranked, like I don't get any satisfaction from it. It's not fun. It's like pulling teeth. He said, yeah, it's just kind of who cares, but oh well. I have my fun with pre-release, and that's probably going to be my only point of contact with the set. That's fair. I told myself I wasn't going to buy the pre-release options that they have on Arena. But since I'm trying to be a Magic YouTuber, I was going to buy the Mastery set anyway. I always complete the Mastery set. I play enough games that I get all of the unlockables. So that's a lot of extra packs and gold, and it's worth the value for the gems that it costs to buy into the Mastery Pass. So I did still buy that, and then I think I pre-ordered the 50-pack set, the 50-pack bundle that they have. I pre-ordered one of those. I wasn't going to, but I did. I was like, I'm going to need more wild cards to build decks in the future anyway. So I was like, why not? You're thinking about getting a 3rd commander deck, so I can just grab 2 friends and loan them 1 each for the pod. Don't know what it's going to be yet because choice paralysis is real. I have 10. Man, I used to have a lot. I used to have probably 20 plus precon commander decks. I'm a big fan of precons. But when I moved, I got rid of pretty much all of them. Yeah, actually, I did get rid of all of them. I got rid of my entire collection when I moved. And I started from fresh, and I already have 10 decks. I have 10 commander decks. I bought all 5 of the Strixhaven precons because I loved the original Strixhaven precons. So I had all 5 of those in the past. So I ordered all 5 of the new ones. But then you got to check out this box I got. I will tell you why I started fresh in a second. So I went to a local game store near me. I bought 2 precons that they had there. One of the boxes that I got, one of the deck boxes I got was this one. Blue and white, nice looking box. I did not realize that it had an Azorius symbol on top. So I looked into it, and there's a full set of 10 of these Guild Summit deck boxes. I was like, that's really cool. I was like, I am going to buy them. I'm going to buy all 10. And one of the reasons why I decided to buy all 10 is because when I was researching these, they showed me, or I saw, that there is an entire carrying case for all 10 boxes. And look at this. The top flap is magnetic, and look at I'm trying to see the camera too. Yeah, it's got all of the guild symbols on the inside as well. I was like, well, this is just fucking awesome. So I ended up buying all of the guild boxes. What is up? I ended up buying all 10 of the guild boxes because I was like, these are just too cool. I was like, eventually, I know I'm going to want one of each. Might as well just get them all at once. And since I have 10 deck boxes, I needed 10 decks. So 5 of them are filled by the Strixhaven precons. And then I bought 5 other precons just to round out the rest of the colors. Yes, but the reason why I sold, let's see, real quick. You said it's really cool. Like, do you have to spend money on pretty accessories like special deck boxes? No, but that's where the fun is at. I love cosmetics. On Arena, I have like as many avatars as I've ever seen in the shop. Full art, lands, card sleeves, avatars, companions, got everything that I can. Love the cosmetics. Yes, but the reason, what's up, Subatomic? The reason why I started fresh with my collection was because I had started my own business like 2 or 3 years ago, and I got really down bad for money. So I took the most expensive cards in my collection and I sold them to, I believe, Card Conduit. I sold them my 500 most expensive cards. And that got me about $2,000. So the only thing I had left was like 2,000 or 3,000 cards of bulk, most of which is probably worth like 5 cents each, that I didn't need. And all of my decks had been stripped apart during that process, right? So like I had a whole bunch of precons. Any precon that I had that had an expensive card, well, those cards got pulled out. So now I had a whole bunch of decks that were missing their more valuable cards. And it's just like, why carry all this bulk with me when I move? I was like, now would be a great time to just, reset. So I did. I took the opportunity. I just dumped the rest of my bulk. It did suck to throw out a bunch of card sleeves and deck boxes. I won't lie, that hurt more than throwing away the cards. But I was like, no, I'll just clean slate, easy day, move on. So yeah, so now I'm taking things, it doesn't seem like I'm taking things slow, but I'm taking things real slow coming back. I don't plan on buying any other decks in the near future. These 10 precons will be enough. But I'm still waiting on some sleeves. So I got all of the guild deck boxes here. And I ordered some guild sleeves. They're supposed to be coming out this summer. They're supposed to come out either sometime last month or sometime this month. Still haven't gotten any email or any update about them yet. So let me check my email. Ugh. Let's see. All right, MTG. Actually, let's see. I think they're just Guild Summit sleeves. Or Guild Pack sleeves, something like that. Oh, Guild Pack. It is these sleeves right here. Dragon Shields Guild Pact series. Release date is in May, according to this post on Reddit. Haven't gotten an email yet from the people that I pre-ordered it from. But yeah, look at that. I was like, I have to. I can't skip out on these sleeves. I just got all the deck boxes. So I haven't even sleeved up the 10 commander decks that I got because I'm waiting to get these sleeves. But I'm like, once they're here, man, I was like, oh, it'll be so satisfying. It'll be so perfect. Yeah, you need those sleeves already in too deep with the deck boxes. Exactly. Let's see. Opponent has played a Cloud. He's got Colossus Hammer. He's going to try to, again, essentially one-shot us. Might take 2 turns, but play Silvergill Adept. We will reveal a Merfolk card. The only way we can stop ourselves from dying to Colossus Hammer is really with Flood Pit's Drowner. Oh, do not attack. We can try to tap down Cloud. Blood Pitch Drowner is our only real removal in this deck. We can pay 4 mana, tap down one of his creatures, put a stun counter on it, then pay 2 mana, tap, shuffle, Flood Pitch Drowner, and target creature with a stun counter on it into their owner's libraries. Our opponent's just going to be able to attach a Colossus Hammer to Cloud for free. So he's got a 12/11. Going to give it protection from blue. He'll get to connect for 12 damage. Bro, we're getting cheesed again, but we're getting hit with a different kind of cheese. This isn't what we were going up against like 2 weeks ago. Go to combat, we'll swing in for 5. We set our opponent to 15. But if he's able to give Cloud trample, which he's running red in the deck for, like we just can't win. He may even just have another spell that gives protection from another color. Oh, he doesn't even need to. I'm stupid. He just has protection from blue. We just lose. Okay, so this is already the second time that we've gone against Colossus Hammer, which is kind of fucking stupid. We've only played like 3 games, and we've already lost to the same card twice. This is why I don't stream my ranked. At the beginning of the month, I put out a challenge to try to go from bronze to mythic in one sitting. I've reached mythic twice before. Last time, I have footage from the last time that I did it on my channel. And I checked the gameplay time on it. It took me 10.5 hours of active in-game time to reach. We're going to get cheesed out by Cacophony Scamp. Took me 10.5 hours in that. So, that's not including wait times, going to the bathroom or whatever. I was like, oh, okay. Well, then I'll probably end up streaming for like 12 to 15 hours. Probably closer to like 12 hours is what I assumed. I got to 15 hours on my stream, and we still had not reached even diamond yet. We're still in platinum after 15 hours. So I had to stop. I was like, I can't. I tried streaming it again the next day. Playing ranked is just so awful. I don't know how people do it every single month. And I know I'm playing a budget deck, right? Our deck, it only has 4 rares. Everyone else is playing the most broken garbage that they can possibly find on Google. But still, 15 hours and I was still in platinum. When the last time I tried this took me 10.5, that's insane. And look at this. Cacophony Scamp is being run a lot with is the Slick Shot Show Off. And it's disgusting. The amount of damage that they're able to pump out is it is actually disgusting. We're going to pass here because this says whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. If you do, proliferate. So if you pump this up to 10 damage and connect, oh, look, there's a show off. Nope, it's a Stingerback Terror. If you pump this big enough, you can effectively one-shot someone. I was supposed to do this before combat. I got to give up on the ranked. We're gonna play something else. I'm gonna make another deck. I can't, especially with trying to think about chat. I hate playing ranked. I really do. I really thought I would try playing this. I can't. I can't do it on stream. Let's see. From here, let's just, I don't know, play out a Marrow Regery. Go to combat. We swing in for 3 damage. We set our opponent to 17. I will hit Mythic on my own time. And then after I hit Mythic, I will never touch ranked again. Not in the entirety of my life. You said, I don't think I'll ever get into actually competitive Magic. I like the casual commander scene too much for that. When I get an itch to try hard, I play Yu-Gi-Oh. Ew. Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh is also horrendous. I have Master Duel downloaded, and I played a Salaman Great deck for a little bit, but I was like, nah, this ain't for me. Then the new Blue Eyes stuff came out. When that new deck, when the newer like pre-con deck came out, that was good. I did try it again. I did play Blue Eyes for a little while, but I wasn't playing ranked. I don't think. I think I was just playing casuals, and I was still getting my ass kicked for sure. I guarantee that. Yu-Gi-Oh is horrendous, but it's hee hee ha ha funny horrendous in small doses. It is if you're the person who goes first and gets to play, a million spells. But if you are the person who is going second, it is garbage. Or unless you, I don't know, are going second, but you open max C. I don't know. It's just rough. And we died to Cacophony Scamp and the Screaming Nemesis. Okay, well, that was just rude. Yeah, we're done with ranks. I'm over this shit already. I played 4 games. Fuck you. Yeah, I just dropped down a rank. Over that. All right, let's throw together another deck that would actually be fun to play. The Zero Angels one that can go away. You climb to master every few months, and last year I wanted to see how far I could get. Full sweating in the world's qualifier, which is about as far as I expected, really. Ew, that sounds terrifying. Oh yeah, I said this is the last time I'm ever going to touch ranked, which I kind of want it to be. But if I do play ranked again, it's not going to be with a budget deck. After I hit Mythic this month, I'm not going to climb to Mythic with a budget deck again because I hate my life when I do it. But there is an achievement on Arena where you reach Mythic in both constructed and also in limited. This one right here, Mythic Champion. Reach Mythic rank in constructed and in limited simultaneously, which means unless I somehow reach Mythic and limited by the end of this month in the next 2 weeks, if I want this achievement, which I kind of do, I'm going to have to climb back to Mythic in constructed again. And I will not be doing that with a budget deck. I'm going to do the same thing that everyone else does. I'm going to go to Untapped. Where's my Untapped? I'm going to go to Untapped. I'm going to go to Constructed. I'm going to click on Meta. I'll go to Historic, Best of One. And then I will just copy any of these decks. Mono, Red, Ruby Storm, done. Dimir, done. Bant, done. Azorius Temple, I've played the fuck out of Azorius Tempo. Dimir Ninjas, that's been getting more popular. Boros Auras, we've lost to that one a lot. Is it Wizards? I'm surprised it's this high. Jund Berserk. This one's been pissing me off. Let me see your deck list. This one is a Cacophony Scamp deck, like we were just playing against, with Heartfire Hero. They buff these creatures with something like Berserk. Target creature gains trample and plus X+0 until end of turn, where X is its power. And then you have to sacrifice it, but when these die, they get to deal damage equal to its power to each opponent. So you'll play the Scamp, use something like a Scale Up to turn this into a 6/4. Cast Berserk on it, it gets +6/+0. So now it's up to 12 damage with trample. Deals probably like 10 to you. It will die and then get to deal 12 over the top. It's horrendous. And it normally kills you on like turn 3. Yeah. So you're going to get that achievement and then you're going to add a new rank and like 10 new ranked achievements, I see. Probably. But yeah, we'll see. I'm not a sealed player, so I don't know how long it's going to take me to... I'm not a limited player. I don't know how long it takes to reach Mythic and limited. But I would imagine it probably takes a really long time. Well, let's see. I have a note with video ideas. There's a whole bunch of cool cards that I saw last time I streamed. Oh, let's build Sapling Nursery. That card seemed cool. Sapling Nursery is an 8-mana enchantment that has affinity for forests. So it will cost 1 less to cast for each forest you control. So realistically, you could cast this on turn 4. If you have 4 forests on the field, then this 8 cost goes down to 4. You can use the 4 forests you have to tap for the mana you need. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, create a 3/4 green tree folk creature token with reach. You can pay 1 in a green, exile this enchantment. Tree folk and forest you control gain indestructible until end of turn. We're going to build around this card. I don't remember what else I wanted to pair with this card, but it seemed cool. I don't know if there's any like tree folk lords in the game. Probably not, but we will see. Yeah, I really don't remember what else I saw with this card. But I thought it seemed good for some reason. Why did I think this was so interesting? What cares about the amount of forests I have? Maybe I just wanted to run it in a landfall deck. I should have added more to my notes. This card very loosely reminds me of how I lost to the Ashleen Precon today. I had 40 plant, 3/4 plant tokens staring me down, each of which could be tapped for 1 mana of any color. Let's see, it's gotta be. I guess it's just the landfall. I guess I really just wanted to go mono green landfall with tree folk. We could run a copy of 6 if we wanted. 3 mana, 2/4 tree folk with reach. When 6 attacks, mill 3 cards. You may put a land card from among them into your hand during your turn. Non-land permanent cards in your graveyard have retrace. Retrace, you may cast a card with retrace from your graveyard by discarding a land card in addition to paying its other costs. There's got to be another payoff card that I was thinking of when I saw this. There's got to be something else that cares about the amount of forests you have. Like Blanchwood Armor is okay. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 for each forest you control. There's got to be something else. There's got to be something I'm missing. We could run the Sapling Nursery with Awaken the Woods, which is kind of crazy. You can pay X and double green into this sorcery. You create X 1/1 green forest dryad land creature tokens. So let's say we cast this for 5. For X equals 5. We're going to make 5 of these forest dryad tokens. Well, these are lands. These are forests. So we'd make 5 of these, and then that would trigger Sapling Nursery. It would trigger the landfall 5 times. So not only would we make the 5 1/1 tokens, we would make 5 3/4 reach tokens. And that's just like a lot of value. Let's see. Mirkwood Channeler. 4 mana, 3/3 elf druid. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target elf you control gains trample and gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of forests you control. See, that seems kind of good. That'd be enough to kill someone with. Raphelos. Llanowar Visionary. 2 mana, 2/1. Tap, add a green for each forest you control. That's good. But this, I'm not seeing a win con here, if I'm being honest. I'm not seeing a great win con. Let me double check my note. I don't think I had anything else written next to that. I was just like, that's a cool note. Oh, that's a cool card. Oh, not you. Let's see. Yep, that's it. All I wrote was Sapling Nursery. All right. I don't know that this is good enough. Like I said, I don't see how we win the game just for making a bunch of 3/4 tree folk creatures. It's neat. It's okay. I think I really just liked it because of the second half of the card. I think I liked it just because of the built-in protection. I hate board wipes because I like to play creature heavy decks. Sapling Nursery says pay 2, exile this enchantment, tree folk, and forest you control gain indestructible until end of turn. So like it's got protection from board wipes on the card. I think I just liked it for that. I know very little, so I'm not going to be much help here. The only green win con I know because I was looking at upgrades is Rumbleweed, but that cares about lands in the graveyard. Rumbleweed. Let me see who that is. Whoever that is, I don't think we have it on Arena. There's like, as far as a landfall is concerned, I don't know how to spell Bristly. Oh, I added an E. Bristly Bell is a really good landfall card, but if I add him to any deck, it's just a +1/+1 counter deck at that point. Oh, you know what? Maybe there is something with Tree Folk. So there's a lot of cards that say choose creature type. Maybe there was something in there that I wanted to run. It's like you could have something like Metallic Mimic, right? Choose a creature type. Each other creature you control of the chosen type enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. So something like that. I could turn all of the 3/4 tree folks. They would enter as 4/5 creatures instead. So maybe there was something like that. Patchwork Banner. As this artifact enters, choose a creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1. So yeah, see, this could turn all of our saplings, all of our tree folks from 3/4s into 4/5s. But like, is that super great? Like, I don't think it is. Mayhaps it doesn't exist in Arena. Basically, 10+1 green creature. Costs 1 less for each land in the graveyard, and when it enters, all your creatures get +3/+3 and trample until end of turn. You know what? We do have like Overrun. 5 mana sorcery. Creatures you control get +3/+3 and gain trample until end of turn. Overrun could just be our win con. We could just try to go super wide with Sapling Nursery and then try to overrun our opponent. I mean, that could work. Yeah, fuck it. Okay. You know what? That did help. That did. We're going to use Overrun as our win con. And then the rest of the deck, it's literally just going to be forests. It's just going to be ramp. Let's see. That's one of the win cons of all time. Exactly. So we're going to play like Kami of Bamboo Groves. It's a 1 mana 1/1. When this enters, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. You can also channel this, pay 3 mana, discard this card, conjure 2 cards named Forests into your hand. Kami of Bamboo Groves is nuts. It is an alchemy card, so it's arena only, but it's nuts. That one's good. Boseiju reaches skyward. When this saga enters, you get to search your library for 2 basic forests. Reveal them, put in your hand, then shuffle. So these will help guarantee that we don't miss any land drops and get as many forests onto the battlefield as possible. I still kind of like the idea of Blanchwood Armor. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 for each forest you control. But we would need to play on a creature that either already has trample or has like flying or can't be blocked or something. We could run something like this T-Rex or 6 mana 6/6 trample. When it enters, you gain 3 life. It has forest cycling for 2. We can pay 2 mana, discard this, and then tutor a forest from our deck. Kind of don't hate it. We're going to be ramping. We're going to be playing some big stuff. Or we're going to be ramping a lot so we can afford to play big stuff. This has forest cycling for 1. That could also help guarantee that we play forests. That we don't run out of forests in our hand, really. Maybe just, let's go cultivate. Cultivate helps us ramp and puts another forest in our hand that we can play for turn. We can look at budget landfall cards. We could go Final Fantasy. We could run the Chocobos. Chocobo? How do you say, where do you put the emphasis on Chocobo? Is it Chocobo or Chocobo? I feel like it's probably the first one. Chocobo. 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 probably Chocobo. We could run all the Chocobo cards. We could run this one, Chocobo. Chocobo. Really? We could run all of the Chocobo cards. We could run this one, side quest. I was pretty sure there was a 4-drop. There's this one. There's the racetrack. There's a saga, though. Where's the saga? Is it a 5-drop saga? Chocobo. Oh, the saga is a 5-drop. We could run this as well. The Chocobo kick is really good. That one's solid. See, we have 2 cards left. We could just go up to a 3rd copy of Summon Fat Chocobo, which is hilarious. And then the last 2 cards could really be whatever we want. I kind of want to, man, do any of these have trample? I don't think so. It says reach. Maybe we just add in a way to play additional lands. 2 cards that say you may play an additional land this turn or each turn. Burgeoning is a card I saw, considering you'll probably always have forests. Burgeoning, I don't know that we have it. Let me check Scryfall. Oh, it says it's historic legal. But it is a rare card. Oh, maybe we have the list version, actually. Let's see. We only have a rare version. That's a bummer. If we had the uncommon version of this from... Oh, there's a common version from Stronghold, which is like super old. If that one was on Arena, we could play this. But that's all right. That's all right. Let's see. Additional land. We should still have options. Exploration would be really good. 1 green for a rare enchantment. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. Exploration's nuts. But that is also a rare, which means we'd have to cut down on the amount of sapling nurseries we're running. But since we don't have a way to tutor this enchantment, and because we don't really have draw in the deck, I want to run the full playset of sapling nursery. I mean, I can see if there's a way to tutor it. Let's see, search library enchantment. I don't know that there'd be a lot of good options in green. And definitely not for common or uncommon, I don't think. Yeah, I'm not seeing any way to tutor the enchantment. That's fine, that's fine. Okay, anyway. Additional land. We have a few options. We could go with Druid class. Druid class is probably good. Once we level it up to level 2, you may play an additional land on each of your turns. That gets the job done. What does Summon Fenrir say? Search your library for basic land card, put on the battlefield, tapped, and shuffle. No. I will cut back on 1 copy of Summon Fat Chocobo. So that way we can go up to 3 copies of Druid class. And we should just be good. All right, let's give this deck a shot. We are definitely lacking in draw in the deck. That may be something we have to address. Because we need to draw. We need to draw into the nursery, and then we need to draw into Overrun. Those are our two main win cons, really. So we'll see. Poor fat Chocobo. Always left out of something. It's fine. It's fine. We still have 2 copies in the deck. Okay, easy day. Our first hand has Sapling Nursery. That makes our job a whole lot easier. All right, turn 1, we have no play. We have removal in hand. Turn 2, we could either go Druid class or raise a Chocobo. Let's go with raise a Chocobo. Next turn, we have 3 mana. We probably just set up Druid class. See, when this enters, you create a 2/2 green bird creature token with whenever a land you control enters, this token gets +1/+0 until end of turn. At the beginning of your main phase, if you control 4 or more birds, transform this enchantment. I could have blocked there. This becomes a 2/2. When this transforms into Black Chocobo, search your library for a land card, put it on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Landfall, whenever land you control enters, birds you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Nice. Okay, there's a landfall trigger. We can cast Chocobo Kick right now. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. Let's try for that. We deal 3 damage to our opponent's elf. We swing in for 3. We set our opponent to 17. Sick. And next turn, we can get down Sapling Nursery already. The following turn after that, we play Boseiju Reaches Skyward to search our deck for more forests. We can swing in with our 3/2 bird here. He probably blocks with one of his creatures. He doesn't. He takes a 3, goes down to 14. It's fine. Our opponent is playing a Scry deck. Whenever you scry, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. And this says, whenever you scry, this creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn and can't be blocked at this turn. This ability triggers only once each turn. So they're playing, well, yeah, just the elf scrying cards from Lord of the Rings. They play Celeborn the Wise, 4 mana 3/3 elf noble. Whenever you attack with one or more elves, scry 1. Whenever you scry, Celeborn gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each card looked at while scrying this way. Okay. So our face is starting to hurt a little bit. We draw into a land, which is huge. I'm going to play out the second Sapling Nursery here. Play the forest. We get double landfall triggers. We make 2, 3, 4 tree folks. Next turn, we'll probably just play Boseiju. Damn. He drew into an Elvish Archdruid, so now his creatures all have 4 attack, and that means they're big enough to kill our tree folk, but our tree folk only have 3 power. So we're not in a great spot. Okay, he swings with the one that's going to become unblockable. And we're essentially dead next turn. What can I do to not die next turn? We can play the kick. No, we don't have any creature that's big enough to kick to death. I can play Druid class. Level this up. We can play an additional land, but we don't have the additional land in our hand. All right, we lost elves. Elves against trees is a counter matchup anyways. They build their houses inside your creatures. They do. That was not good. It's not a good matchup. This card might not be that great. I really thought there was something more to this card, apparently. I don't think the payoff is good enough for a landfall deck. I really just don't. Hello, opponent. Mesmeric Orb. Okay, our opponent's playing a mill deck. Is our deck fast enough to kill a mill deck? This will be a good test. Next turn, we cultivate on 3. Turn 4, we get down the sapling nursery. And after that, we have overrun in hand. They get second Mesmeric Orb, which is super unlucky. The fact that they have 2 copies of it in the top 10 is like, it's just really, really unlucky. Let's cultivate here. We get to ramp. It becomes a 4-2. We swing in for 4. We set our opponent to 16. Next turn, we go sapling nursery. Play our land. Ew. Why are you running Heir Apparent? What are you doing with your deck? Oh my god, I know why they're running Heir Apparent. They're running Raise the Past. They're going to return all of these rabbits from the graveyard. They're going to play this card. Raise the Past, 4 mana sorcery, return all creature cards with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. That is Heir Apparent. Okay. Sapling Nursery comes down. We get to play the forest. We make a 3-4. I don't swing here. This is bad. There it is. I called it. There is a Raise the Past in his graveyard. He's setting up a Bitter Reunion so that way he can give all of his creatures haste. This also allows him to dig to try and find another copy of Raise the Past. It's crazy. There goes second Heir Apparent. He now makes a 1/1 token. I think we probably die next turn. He probably has a Raise the Past in his hand right now. Next turn, he has 5 mana. He can cast, Raise the Past, and pay the 1 into Bitter Reunion to give all of his creatures haste, which means we would have to kill him right now. And there's just no way that we can do that. Like, we can go cultivate here. I can make another tree folk. But we're like super dead next turn. I guess I'll pass. I have to hope that he somehow doesn't have lethal. We can pay to exile our sapling nursery. Tree folk and forest you control gain indestructible until end of turn. So we can give our guys indestructible when he swings out. There's the Raise the Pass. Dude, my game is about to lag. Look at this. He brings back 10 Heir Apparents. He says, good game. All right, just for that, just for saying good game, we're out of here. I'm going to make him wait. I hate to bring up Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, but this reminds me of my lovely Runic deck, which stuns the opponent. Oh yeah, Runic Stun. I have heard of that deck name, Runic Stun, which stuns the opponent and makes them mill their deck into exile until they eventually run out of cards to draw. Only takes like 15 turns. Oh, how many slurs people probably threw at me. I'm sure they probably, yeah, I would call you names. Oh, especially online, I'd be raging at my PC. But I need to pee. So my opponent, I'm going to make him wait and think about what he did while I go pee. And also, what was the precon that you had? I can't remember the name of the card. I don't know. I can't remember the name of the card. But I bet that you, being a Yu-Gi-Oh player, would enjoy control decks. Let me see. Let me look those up real quick. Let's go back to Scryfall. See, it's Tola. Oh, it's got to be this one, right? Knight's Bless. That looks like a control card. 4 mana, 2/4 vigilance. At the beginning of each end step, if a player lost 4 or more life this turn, you draw a card. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, Y'shtola deals 2 damage to each opponent and you gain 2 life. I can see you liking her. I misspelled that. No. Let me just look up Ash. Well, that's not that helpful. I don't remember who all the pre-con commanders were. Let's see. Was it this first one? Is it this chick? Ashling Rekindled? Is this your other commander? Probably is, right? I don't remember who all the box commanders were, but it's probably Ashling Rekindled. Nope. Who the fuck was your commander? Hmm. Oh, it was probably Secrets of Strixhaven Commander was the set. That would make sense. Who do I remember being on the box? Ashling the Limitless. Was from the commander set. Okay, that makes sense. See, 3 mana, 2/3 elemental sorcerer. Elemental spells you cast from your hand have evoke 4. Whenever you sacrifice a non-token elemental, create a token that's a copy of it. The token gains haste until end of turn. At the beginning of your next end step, sacrifice it unless you pay Wooburg. Well, that sounds cool. See, you're also thinking about making in a Layla. Cunning Conqueror. This Alayla was cool. This one is a fairy lord. This one was good. 4 mana, 2/4 fairy warlock flying. Whenever you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, create a 1/1 black fairy rogue creature token flying. Whenever one or more fairies you control deal combat damage to a player, go to target creature that player controls. That's a pretty good one. Poke a bunch of big bodies that trigger effects when they come into the game. Trigger them twice, basically. Yeah, that's good. This, if you like the idea of Alayla, I don't know if you like Alayla for the fairy token generation. There's a really good Dimir fairy. There's a lot more control-y. It is Talion, the Kindly Lord. Talion is awesome. I'm gonna leave this up here while I go pee. All right, I'm back. I don't know if you read the card, but Talion the Kindly Lord. Oh, perfect. You like that? Talion is nice, plays good mind games with the opponents, and is plenty controlly. But I like Layla because it rewards you playing instant flashcards on each of your opponent's turns. You're disgusting. You're disgusting. You're a bad person. Goddamn Yu-Gi-Oh players. Yeah, I had a friend. He was a pro Yu-Gi-Oh player actually, and so the commander decks that he would build, they're all fucking. They were filthy nasty. He would also spend a lot of money. He only ever had like 1 or 2 decks at a time because he would spend a lot of money on his decks. They were disgusting. For a while, he had a Nethroi deck, Apex of Death. So it was pretty good. He had an alternate commander for this deck, but I can't remember who it was, unfortunately. He had a Nethroi deck, and then he had a really disgusting Eldrazi deck. If I look up Eldrazi, I don't think it's going to come up. No. Which Eldrazi did he have? I don't remember. How do I not remember what he ran? It wasn't Emrakul, I don't think. It wasn't a 5-color commander, so it wasn't that one. Definitely was not you. Emrakul, the world anew. Cast a spell, gain control of all creatures target player controls. No, I would remember that. Was it Ulamog the Defiler? It might have been this guy. It might have been Zuladoc, Void Gorger. 6 mana, 7/4. Colorless spells you cast from your hand with mana value 7 or greater have Cascade. I think it was this guy. Your Runic Stun Brain also led me down a path which showed me Miss Bumbleflower, but meh. Then again, rabbit is my favorite animal. I think you should go with your other Demir choice. Miss Bumbleflower will make you hated. You'll be hated on sight. But that's not why I'm going to say to not run it. I would say don't run Miss Bumbleflower just because it's too basic. If you're going to run a card that makes everyone hate you, don't go with Miss Bumbleflower because she's basic, because she was a face commander for precons. Everyone has her. Every degenerate has her. So no, be more unique. Go with the Demir. Go with the fairies instead. And there are other group hug options besides Miss Bumbleflower. That's fair enough. Really, when annoying, it's fair enough, really. When annoying, be unique. Exactly. There was another rabbit that was a group hug that I liked. I think his name was Quain. Oh, that's not how you spell Quain. But he was only 2 colors and was definitely a lot older than Miss Bumbleflower. Yeah, I had this in one of my decks. I made a group hug deck that was actually more or less group hug. Not pretend group hug like Miss Bumbleflower. But he was in the 99. It's 2 mana, 1/3 rabbit wizard to tap. Each player may draw a card. Then each player who drew a card this way gains 1 life. So you see, it's nothing but upside. This was a real group hug card. I saw this one when researching group hug, actually, yeah. Yeah, I like Quain. I was using this in a Paragon deck, though. Wait, Paragon? What the fuck was his name? I don't know that Paragon's the right word. Don't worry. I got this. Something Rampart. Pramicon. I had a Pramicon deck that was really cool. It's Jeskai for a 1/5 wall with flying and defender. When Pramicon enters the battlefield, choose left or right. Each player may attack only the nearest opponent in the chosen direction, and planeswalkers controlled by that opponent. So when Pramicon enters, I can choose left, and players can only attack the person to their left. There is an enchantment that has the same effect as Pramicon, so obviously that was in the deck too. If I got Pramicon and the enchantment out, I could lock out the board. Choose left with Pramicon, so you can only swing left. The enchantment, I choose right, you can only swing right. So now you can't swing in either direction. I ran the group hug deck with Pramicon, or I ran Quain and a bunch of group hug cards with this Pramicon deck, and it was fun. It did have a win con. I ran a bunch of cards that made you the Monarch, which would get you value. So I was running cards like Court of Cunning. When it enters the battlefield, you become the Monarch. At the beginning of your upkeep, any number of target players each mill 2 cards. If you're the Monarch, each of those players mills 10 cards instead. So I'd play something like this. I'd become the Monarch, lock out the board so no one could attack in either direction, and then slowly, mill people out as one of the potential win cons. And there's a whole bunch of other of these Court of Cunning cards and stuff like that. A bunch of these court cards. Yeah. It was cool. And yeah, it really tried to incentivize people to not attack me. So Pramicon would try to lock out the board so people physically could not swing at me. But I could run something like Quain, right? And be like, hey, I'm the Monarch. I want to keep the Monarch, so don't attack me. And I will use Quain right now. And then you get to draw a card and gain 1 life. The whole board does. Everyone does. But more importantly, you do. And during your turn, which means you can use the card that you draw. Oh, Dina is a good one. I was thinking of Essence Brewer. Oh, Soul Steeper. Ew. Soul Steeper's rude. Soul Steeper, it goes infinite with like a lot of cards. Where's Ooh. Have you looked at Commander Spellbook? You would probably like this a lot. Let's go Commander Spellbook. I just want to look this up. Dina Soul Steeper. Commander Spellbook. I think this is the page that I want. I guess it was where I was at. Yeah, Commander Spellbook just shows combos. So like here it shows Dina Soul Steeper with Exquisite Blood. This is a 2-card infinite combo. Whenever your opponent loses life, you gain life. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. So it just goes back and forth infinite. There are several other cards that work like that. So there's Exquisite Blood and Sanguine Bond work together. You could go Exquisite Blood plus Veto. You could go Bloodthirsty Conqueror plus Veto. Like these are a bunch of combos that you would run like in the deck. Honestly, I'm surprised more of these don't have Dina in them. Normally it just pulls up cards that like include the card that I try to look up. But maybe Dina is just the wrong side. Like maybe like Dina's like the harder or the less popular half of the combo. Even the combos are fun, but that's not what I play Magic for yet. Yeah, not yet. That's good. That's good for your opponents. Yeah, when I play it at card shops, normally beforehand we would ask if we're playing with infinite combos or not. And sometimes we would ask. But most people would try to, I want to say most people try not building them in their deck, but in the same play group, there was one guy who refused to put 2-card infinite combos into his deck. If he happened to go infinite, it was entirely by accident, and he didn't know his deck could do it. But that never happened. But then another dude in the same play group, he loved crazy combos. He loved going infinite. So yeah, to each their own, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. I just saw the card, Witch of the Moors. Let me look up Witch of the Moors. Turn 1, we'll play a Chocobo. We get a landfall trigger there. Here, I will play Kami of Bamboo Groves. Once it enters, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. Put this forest onto the battlefield. Chocobo will now be a 2/3. We swing it in. Witch of the Moors, 5 mana 4/4 human warlock with Death Touch. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice, and you may return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. That is gross. Are you familiar with the card Grave Pact? For your fairy token deck, would highly recommend. It is one of the rudest cards that you could probably play in a token deck. At least in black. No. Allow me to enlighten you. Grave Pact, 1 and triple black for an enchantment. Whenever a creature you control dies, each other player sacrifices a creature. So yeah, if anyone ever swings at you and you block with like 3 tokens, whatever, you chump block with the 3 tokens, and now everyone has to sack 3 other creatures. And it's just, it's super rude. Yeah. Yeah, super, super rude. It's got a whole bunch of printings too. It's a very popular card. Let's see. We're going up against another elf deck. See, that's what you call fun. You're a bad person. You are indeed a bad person. Let's go cast with kicker. We'll have this fight that. We return a forest to our hand. The card is evil. Evil, evil, evil. Or an evil card. Yeah, I've played against Grave Pact a couple times in Commander. It's rough, and especially when the person running the card, the person that we were playing up against in that match, he was running an Aristocrats deck, so he had a ton of sack outlets in his deck. He probably had an infinite combo where he just infinitely sack a creature, which is basically just a board wipe for everyone else. Yeah, it's just rough. Yeah, you should run it. You should make your Dimir deck and you should run that card. And I say that only because I will never have to play against you and that card together. I didn't even check. I don't even know. I think Grave Pact is on Arena. It is. I have seen that. I have seen people use Grave Pact in Brawl, and I think I've even seen them use it here in Historic before. Also, this Sapling deck is super not working. Or this Tree Folk deck, super not working. Again, I don't know what I was thinking. I know what I must have been thinking. It has to be the Dryad card. Maybe I didn't want to run this in a budget deck. See, this card would be a lot better. If we could run that that other rare card. This would be the best payoff, I think. Awaken the Woods, create X/1/1 Green Forest, Dryad Land, creature tokens. This would be 100% the best payoff card to run alongside Sapling Nursery. I think this isn't supposed to be a budget deck. It's not often that I make non-budget decks, but I have been toying with the idea of like maybe once a week doing a non-budget deck, in which case I want to try this out. Let's try a non-budget version of the deck. Delete that. This was, let's see, this was midweek Magic, which lasted all of like an hour. Probably lasted like 30 minutes. And then this, what was this? Oh, that was our small stint in ranked. I can delete that. Okay, let's try to make a non-budget version of this. Let's go Landfall, Tree Folk, Sapling Nursery. What are the other good landfall cards? Dude, oof. We can go like really crazy with landfall now. We can be running a Lotus Cobra. That's disgusting. See, there's a bit of evil all throughout my Yasholta deck. Cards that force you to sacrifice or pay life. Cards that enchant your commander and make them useless with no abilities. No ability to block. Lots and lots of taxes for playing cards or trying to attack me. Ooh, that reminds me of another deck. Let's see, Rakdos, MTG, Precons. That reminds me of another deck that my friend had that he really liked. And it was a Precon. And it's one of the better Precons. It was Valgavoth. The Valgavoth Precon, which I think has gone up in price a lot. Because it's really good. Valgavoth is a 4-mana 4/4 flying. It has ward, pay 2 life. Whenever an opponent loses life for the first time during each of their turns, put a +1/+1 counter on Valgavoth and draw a card. Valgavoth has seen a lot of play. The Precon was really good, and the alternate commander was also good. I think my friend liked to run the other one. MTG, let's go MTG Goldfish. MTG Goldfish is good about getting deck lists up. Yeah, this is the full deck list for it. So that's the face commander. That's the box commander is Valgavoth. The other one, let's see. The main alternate commander was, how expensive were you? Was the Lord of Pain. 5 mana, 5/5 menace. Your opponents can't gain life. Whenever a player casts their first spell each turn, choose another target player. The Lord of Pain deals damage equal to that spell's mana value to the chosen player. So yeah, if this is out and your opponents, one of them casts like a 10 drop, you can just be like, nice 10 drop. I'm going to have it deal 10 damage to that dude's face. Yeah, both are pretty rude. The Lord of Pain and then also Valgavoth. Yeah, it's gross. The ward pay 2 life on Valgavoth is pretty disgusting too. Because yeah, even just to try and remove this card, you have to pay the 2 life to the ward, which means you're losing life. Which means that Valgavoth gets a counter and then you get to draw the card. I love some enchantment or creature, or whatever else that doubles effect damage. It'd make your Schultz's card draw trigger instantly. Plus I have, let me read her again. Oh, Y'shtola. I keep saying Yasholta. Y'shtola. Oh, in these colors? So in these colors, you're not going to get a lot of damage doublers. The closest would be any effect that says whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. So let's see. I mean, that one technically works, but that's really pricey. Yeah, something like Enduring Tenacity, right? If this is out while you have Y'shtola out, then that would get you what you need, right? You said, yeah, you're talking about her ability. So this says when you cast a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, Y'shtola deals 2 damage to each opponent and you gain 2 life. So then Enduring Tenacity says whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. So you would just target that same opponent. Yeah, target one of your opponents. And then now that person has lost 4 life. They lost 2 to Y'shtola's original ability. Then you gained your 2 life. But because of that 2 life gain, Enduring Tenacity gets to deal 2 damage to someone. And that's how you get the 4. Would that make Exsanguinate a table one shot from 10 plus 2 black mana onwards? Yeah. Because Exsanguinate is X double black, right? Each opponent loses X life. And then you gain life equal to it. So in which case, actually, I think it'd get it done at like 5 mana. Does it have to be 10? 10, you steal 40 life from everyone. Everyone loses 10 initially. You then gain 40. Enduring Tenacity deals 40. Oh, no. This says target opponent. Yeah, so you can one-shot one person with Exsanguinate, yeah. But there are other similar cards to Enduring Tenacity. I don't know if there's one that says each opponent loses life equal to the amount you gained. Yeah, even Sanguine Bond says whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. But still, not a bad option to have. Yeah, Veto also says target opponent loses that much. Ooh, you should be running this Guild Mage, this Copa Guild Mage. You can pay 3 mana, and then whenever you gain life this turn, each opponent loses that much life, and it's each opponent. So if you can try to get this Guild Mage out and then Exsanguinate, that would fuck everyone up, yeah. I only steal 30 because I don't deal 10 to myself. Ah, touche. But yeah, see if there's room for this Guild Mage somewhere in your deck. This Copa Guild Mage. That could get it done. Yeah, being able to drain everyone simultaneously is really good. Yeah. Oh, and also if you're running Exsanguinate, I don't know if you're running this new card, this newer card, or if it's like, yeah, I don't know. Stensian Sanguinis, this has an Exsanguinate built onto the card. So that could give you an additional copy, really. So that's cool. Stensian Sanguinist from Secrets of Strixhaven Commander. Whenever you attack, a target creature gains Death Touch until end of turn. Whenever that creature deals combat damage to a player this combat, then the Sanguinist becomes prepared. And then once it's prepared, you're able to cast the Exsanguinate. Yeah. So you should look into this Sanguinist and that Guild Mage. Both good. Both good. That plus giving your Stola lifelink with Curiosity. Each trigger heal for 8, deal 10 to the table. Disgusting. Okay, so let's see. Back to landfall. What is the nastiest way that I could ramp? Mossborn Hydra is just an alternate win con. I could just throw that in here too. And then that's fucking disgusting. Bristly Bill. It can go in. It'd be all right. Let's see. I could run this Terra Botanist. That helps keep us alive in the early game. Let's see. Tifa Lockhart, 2 mana, 1/2, trample. Whenever a land you control enters, double Tifa's power until end of turn. Tifa could also just one-shot someone. I'll run 3 copies. Ah, fuck. What just happened? Craft another copy of Tifa. I can go with 3 copies of Bristly Bill. Oh my god, it's 230 for you? Yeah, bro. Get out of here. Yeah, it was nice talking with you. Yeah. Yeah, go to sleep. Okay, let's see. Which case? The forest cards I want are still Kami of Bamboo Groves and Boseiju Reaches Skyward. Maybe it's Cultivate. Actually, let's see. Basic, land, battlefield. Maybe there's a 4-drop that I want to run. I love Harrow. I love Harrow as a card. We're in a full play set of Harrow. I could go down 1 copy of Awaken the Woods. Ugh, do I want to? Kami, Bristly Bill, Terror Botanist, Lotus Cobra, Tifa Lockhart, Harrow, Mossborn Hydra, Sapling Nursery, Awaken the Woods. Basic land, battlefield. But for 2 mana? Rampant Growth, Shared Roots. I could probably just cut out the Tifas, but Tifa's funny. Tifa's a worse version of Mossborn Hydra, though. I just cut out this and go full playset of like Shared Roots. Full playset of Harrow. I could go like 1 Cultivate. Or even... I could go the 1 copy of Boseiju. Still 1 of Boseiju. I really don't think I need 4 copies of Awaken the Woods, but I don't have any draw in the deck. So if I go down to 3 copies, it doesn't seem super great. Bristly Bill definitely does not need to be in the deck. That's for sure. Lotus Cobra. Lotus Cobra seems a little bit excessive too. I kind of just want to run Explore in the deck. Explore, that gives us some draw. And then from here, I could go 2 copies of Cultivate. Kami of Bamboo Groves, Humidian Terra Botanist, Explore, Shared Roots, Cultivate, Harrow, Mossborn Hydra, Boseiju Reaches Skyward, Sapling Nursery, Awaken the Woods, Forest. What other forests are there that are rare? Gate to Manorborn and Gingerbread Cabin. Just run 1 of each of those. Shifting Woodland. Enters tapped unless you control a forest. This itself is not a forest. So that does not help me. Go down 2. All right, let's see what this can do. All right, we go first. Our opponent is running massive 250 card library. See, turn 2, we can set up a Terra Botanist. Turn 3. Let's see. Let's go Cultivate here. Cultivate guarantees that we hit our land drop next turn. It also ramps us to 4. Next turn, we could... We set up Mossborn Hydra. Wait, this worked better in my head. I was like, I can go Harrow and then still cast Mossborn Hydra, and that's true, but that doesn't really benefit us if I have to cast it in the opposite order. That definitely doesn't help. Fuck you, dude. It's been 2 seconds. Fuck you. I can think as long as I want. Cunt. Anyway, I'm gonna deal 2 damage to him. Cunt. And assuming he does or does not have removal for the Mossborn Hydra, he super dies next turn. Bonehorde Dracosaur. I can just awaken the woods for 4. Mossborn Hydra will double 4 times. It's kind of big. 32. That's enough for lethal. Yeah, fuck you, dude. And tell me your go after like 5 seconds, right after I played a card. Fuck you. I'm gonna eat some bulgogi. So I don't think I'm gonna make a video with this one. It's really just like, I don't know. It's just another mono green landfall deck. Not that interesting. That's fine. I'm hungry. And I should do some editing. Also, I haven't checked on my video today. I don't know how it's doing. Not super great. It says it has 39 views, which is within the normal range. About the same as usual, but the watch time is definitely down. Average view duration, 3 minutes. It's not that long. Opponent goes first. That's nice. Yeah, I'll probably give up on this deck. I don't know. I really thought something about Sapling Nursery would just be better. And I don't know why. I don't know why this card was supposed to be good. Sometimes I'm just wrong, I guess. We'll play Shared Roots here. Grab another forest. Next turn, we can play out Mossborn Hydra, but it will just die. We can get down to Sapling Nursery. Fuck it, we'll play our Mossborn Hydra. He's playing his. Let's see if he has removal or better ramp than we do. He probably has removal for our Hydra. Just based off his... he has a second Hydra. I was going to say, just based off the colors he's running. Oh, Evolving Wilds. That's bad. That's real bad for us. Next turn, we can cast... We can play our land. We can cast Arrow. It puts us at 4 mana. We can play Shared Roots. I don't know that that really helps us. No blocks. We take 4. Yeah, we can play the forest. We can cast Harrow, sack a forest. Grab 2 more forests. Are the tree folk also forests? No, right? We'll play this. Play the Shared Roots. Grab another forest. Make a tree folk and a 32/32. But like the Sapling Nursery did nothing there. Our Mossborn Hydra, it was big enough anyway. See, the nursery, it did nothing. This card isn't doing anything. It wouldn't have even protected our Mossborn Hydra from removal. Nah. Now this card, it ain't it. Thought it would be interesting. It's just not. It's just not a good enough payoff. Oh, we have backgrounds again. All right, that one's out. Midweek Magic lasted all of like 5 minutes. They need to fix it. They need to change Midweek Magic. They need to make it actually good. Give me a reason to play more. Because I would love to play with all of these other color combinations, right? We got an Orzhov deck. I want to play Prismari, the Witherbloom, the Lorehold, the Quandrix. I want to play it all. I would play it all. But we can't re-enter the event, which is just silly. All right, anyway, that's going to wrap up the stream. I am ready to eat my dinner and start working on some editing. I need to make a script. Ugh. I have to write a script. I don't want to. I should probably do that now. What did the deck do? I'm like 10 and some. Like, was it 10 and 7? Is that what we went? Chaos Notes went 10 and 5. No, screw it. I'll write my script later. All right. Thanks for watching.